The House will be in order. Chair lays before the House communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 10th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable David J. Taylor to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Malik Todd Murray, Senior Vice President and Head of Business Development at Ariel Investments, one of the nation's leading Black-owned asset management firms. Malik stood tall, literally and figuratively. A former athlete and NBA referee, he brought a team-first mindset to business, mentoring talent, opening doors, and proving that excellence and equity go hand in hand. I salute him today especially for his work in promoting and expanding opportunities for minority businesses. Along with Ariel's founder, John Rogers, he championed using business diversity versus minority procurement. He was an influential force behind the work of the United States Congress's first Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee under the powerful Financial Services Committee led by the Honorable Maxine Waters, who then appointed me to be the first chair in the history of this Congress of Diversity and Inclusion. And he and those at Ariel reminded us early on that there is no shortage of high-performing, diverse-owned firms. And I could clearly do a roll call of listing all of those firms. And it reminded me of something that I was told as John Rogers was testifying, and Malik and I were witnesses to watching him. He said, as Reverend Jackson says, baseball became a better sport when Jackie Robinson was allowed to play. The financial services industry is well served by many dynamic leaders who look like Jackie Robinson, who are job creators, philanthropists, and play important roles in being role models in our communities and across America. Malik, along with John Rogers, taught me a lesson that I carry with me today. Diversity is not only those you hire, but with whom you do business. True economic power is going beyond service contracts. True business diversity includes diverse hires in private equity, in wealth management, those who handle your money, accountants who protect your books, lawyers who advise you. And that is why it is important that we look at all industries, whether they be hospitals or museums or universities or tech companies, and the list goes on, because this is America. And we all deserve to have equality and equity. And that's what this great America is about. Opening doors, expanding opportunities, making sure that our young children can dare to dream and know if they can see it, they can be it. For them to know that while they are here today, they are reaching for their there tomorrow. So I say to the family of Malik Todd Murray, We salute him. We thank you for allowing him to share his young life with us. He will be deeply missed, but I promise you, his work will not be forgotten. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize two of Southern Ohio's outstanding young women who have proudly made the 2nd Congressional District home to both Miss Ohio and Miss Ohio's teen, Allison Payton and Olivia Fossen. Allison is a Chillicothe native and rising senior at Zane Trace High School, was crowned Miss Ohio's 2025 Outstanding Teen this past June. A newcomer to the pageant world, Allison was encouraged to get involved last year by a friend from her dance studio. She has been a competitive dancer for 15 years, with tap being her favorite, which she performed during the competition. Allison's service initiative focuses on one-to-one mentoring relationships, a meaningful way to empower and uplift youth in our communities. Examples like hers inspire students to work hard, serve those around them, and find ways to give back to their communities. Just this past weekend, Allison went on to represent Ohio in the 2025 Miss America's Teen Competition, finishing as a semifinalist. Southern Ohio is so proud of her and will continue cheering her on in her future endeavors. Olivia Fossen earned the title of Miss Ohio 2025 in June of this year. She grew up on a Christmas tree farm in Kitts Hill and made history as the first Miss Ohio from Lawrence County. Olivia is proud of her rural and Appalachian roots and hopes to be a role model for other small-town girls. She is a musical theater graduate of Oklahoma City University and is currently pursuing a law degree at The Ohio State University. Her community service initiative focuses on the importance of fueling your body and recognizing when you need rest. It's her mission to share her story so that those struggling with body image issues know they aren't alone. She hopes to promote sustainable habits and a positive self-image for the next generation. Olivia represented our Buckeye State in the Miss America competition this past weekend, showcasing the best Ohio has to offer and making her hometown proud. These programs are a part of the Miss America Scholarship Organization, the largest scholarship provider to young women in the world. As a father of 3 girls, I'm happy to see young women like Allison and Olivia setting a great example for girls around them of confidence, a solid work ethic, and a drive to serve others. This program is more than just a pageant. It promotes healthy living, creative expression, and academic achievement, while offering scholarship opportunities that help young women achieve their educational dreams. It fosters personal growth, professional development, and a powerful network of female leaders who are making a difference in their communities and beyond. Its mission is simple yet powerful, to prepare great women for the world and the world for great women. Allison and Olivia, Southern Ohio is proud of your accomplishments and the ways you've given back to our Buckeye State communities. We are cheering you on and can't wait to see what you'll achieve in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Matthew Juniper, a former member of the Wellston Police Department who tragically passed away on August 30th, 2025 due to an off-duty accident. Throughout his life, Matthew demonstrated a deep commitment to his community through serving as a police officer, a former deputy sheriff, and volunteer firefighter. Matthew consistently put his community first, was a beloved member of the police department. His colleagues described him as a joy to be around and everything you want in a police officer. Beyond his role as a first responder, Matthew was a loving father, son, and brother who enjoyed the simple pleasures of life, hunting, fishing, and spending time with family. Matthew will be fondly remembered by his friends and family who will carry him with them in everything they do. It's people like Matthew, people who put service above self, that make this country exceptional. My thoughts and prayers are with Matthew's family, as he will never be forgotten. Please join me in a moment of silence to recognize Matthew and pray for his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the extraordinary career of my dear friend, Herbert Bellamy, Jr., the longest-serving member and chairman of the Buffalo Sewer Authority Board, who recently retired after 33 years. After being appointed to the board in 1991, Herb was elected as chair on July 1st, 1994. As chairman, Herb championed diversity, equity, and inclusion among the authority's workforce, appointing the first black general manager in the authority's history and expanding contract opportunities for minority and women-owned businesses. Through his steady leadership, Herb has set a standard for navigating challenges while keeping the focus on service and community. So when the Niagara Business Association sought a new president, it was only fitting that Herb was entrusted with the role this past July. In each and every endeavor, Herb has built a culture of accountability and empowerment. As CEO of Bellamy Enterprises, Buffalo Black Achievers, and Niagara Falls Black Achievers, among many other hats he wears, Herb has consistently created platforms that amplify excellence in our community and nurture the next generation of leaders. Building on his father, Herb Bellamy Sr.'s legacy, the Bellamy name remains synonymous with leadership, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to uplifting communities too often overlooked. The Bellamy family's impact on our community is also felt through Herb and his wife Marilyn's 3 children, Jason, Chantel, and Brandon, and their grandson Jackson. I've had the distinct privilege of working alongside Herb over the years, and I've seen firsthand the quiet strength, humility, and conviction he brings to every room. Herb has helped lay the foundation for a more just, more inclusive, and more vibrant future for every Western New Yorker. Herb, thank you for your service, for your vision, and for showing all of us what it means to lead with heart, with purpose, and with people in mind. May your next chapter be filled with the same passion and dedication that has defined your incredible journey so far. On behalf of a grateful community, state, and nation, I wish my good friend, Herb Bellamy Jr., nothing but the best and Godspeed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstad, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Minnesota State University Mankato on the grand opening of their new Maverick Innovation Gateway. This center represents the very best of southern Minnesota, where innovation meets hard work, and where our next generation of leaders will gain the skills to drive our economy forward. With the support of community partners like NIDEC and many others, this facility will provide students hands-on experience, foster entrepreneurship, and prepare young people to meet the workforce demands of tomorrow. As a proud Minnesotan, I know firsthand the impact that institutions like MSU Mankato have on our families, our businesses, and the vitality of our region. The Maverick Innovation Gateway will be an invaluable resource for students not only to build the skills necessary to fill critical jobs, but to take what they're learning in the classroom and to translate it to real-world job experiences. This new addition to the MSU campus is more than just a building. It's a promise to students and employers that southern Minnesota is and will remain a hub of opportunity and innovation across our state and nation. Mr. Speaker, today I congratulate President Inch, faculty, staff, students, and the entire Mankato community on this exciting achievement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, working people are sick and tired of corporate greed. It's time to say enough is enough. Last year, Starbucks CEO Brian Niccol made almost $96 million. The average Starbucks worker made less than $15,000 a year. They would have to work more than 6,000 years to match Starbucks CEO pay. While Starbucks is among the worst, it's not the only one in the United States. Among the 100 S&P 500 companies with the lowest worker pay, the average CEO makes 632 times more than their workers. This is absurd, it's immoral, it's corporate greed. It leads to income inequality in our country and drives wage stagnation, and it doesn't have to be like this. This is why I'm introducing the Tax Excessive CEO Pay Act. While these CEOs float around in their yachts. Millions of Americans, our residents, are drowning in credit and credit card debt, struggling to keep their heads above water. The level of inequality is a threat to our democracy, and this kind of economic power concentrated in a few hands truly hurts our families. CEOs in the 1970s made roughly about 25 times the average pay of their workers. Today, it's 290 times more. I want folks to think about that because these are workers that depend on us, the federal government, to subsidize these poverty wages. They're on Medicaid. They're getting food assistance because their CEOs are focused on profit in their own pay instead of taking care of their workers. This bill would apply a higher corporate tax rate to companies that pay their CEOs at a higher amount of compensation compared to their workers. It's triggered if it's 50-1. That's the trigger, 50-1, that a company will pay more in corporate tax if that's the case. The greater the ratio, the larger the increase in the tax rate. This will not only incentivize more reasonable CEO pay packages, it would also compel companies to increase their workers' pay and take care of their workforce. This level of inequality we face is a threat, again, to our families' economic stability and livelihoods. And in this chamber, we constantly have to subsidize, we constantly have to take care of the workers when their CEOs and the companies don't do that. So I urge my colleagues to please support the Tax Excessive CEO Pay Act. Mr. Speaker, Republicans already voted to give $5 trillion tax breaks to the richest Americans, paid for by ripping food away from children's mouths and kicking 17 million people off of their health care. Trump's big betrayal bill, and that's what I call it because it's a betrayal to the American people, also included $150 billion for the Pentagon's war machine. And here we are this week, again, debating another obscene $892.6 billion military budget. It's not helping our veterans. That's not where they get literally health care, mental health support, and the things that they need. That's over $1 trillion to Trump's so-called Department of War, even after the Pentagon failed 7 audits in a row. As recently as 2023, the Pentagon could not even account for 62% of its assets. $1 trillion while the president is deploying troops in our neighborhoods and threatening to go to war against American cities. It seems that my colleagues can always find time and money for war, but when it comes to clean water, when it comes to being able to address the needs of our people, there's never enough money. Why is it that when it's, again, trying to make sure people have health care, being able to address the housing crisis, being able to, again, tell our families that we're doing the best that we can, when all I see is the bipartisan support for a war machine budget that can't pass on audit? I want people to look at this and pay attention, because they will never, ever fully fund Medicaid, universal school meals for every hungry child, guarantee health care as a human right in our country. But I think maybe it's because many of my colleagues in this chamber are actively profiting financially when they vote to pass more funding for weapons and war because they own stock. They own stock in war manufacturing. I introduced an amendment to this war machine budget that says stop politicians profiting from War Act, to put an end to this corruption by banning members of Congress and their families from owning defense stocks. My colleagues should not be able to use their positions of power to get rich from defense contractors while voting to pass more funding for war. Our elected officials should not be able to profit off of death. The American people deserve representatives who vote in the best interests of our families. We are all elected to serve the public, not serve stock portfolios or campaign contributors.
The
American
gentlewoman's
people
time has
deserve better.
expired.
We are sick and tired of politicians profiting off of endless wars. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to honor the life and legacy of former Seguin Mayor, Mrs. Betty Ann Mathis. Born and raised in Guadalupe County, Miss Mathis graduated from Seguin High School in 1953 and went on to become a registered nurse. After marrying her beloved husband, Pokey, she returned to Seguin to begin her 42-year career helping shape and grow what is now Guadalupe Regional Medical Center. Throughout the years, Mrs. Mathis rose through the ranks, holding to her guiding principle, always do what is best for the patient. Following her work in healthcare, she carried her passion for service to the Seguin Council and her work as mayor, always doing what is best for the community. Whether as a leader, a mother, or a friend, she encouraged everyone to pursue their passions and live life to the fullest. Her inspiring legacy and service will always be remembered. Today, I rise to recognize the life of Sabrina Walker Hernandez, a truly remarkable and selfless woman who dedicated her life to serving her country, her family, and the community of Edinburgh, Texas. After serving 4 years in the U.S. Army, she earned a master's degree in public administration from UT-RGV. For 10 years, she served as the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Edinburgh in the RGV, where she helped raise over $11 million for their new building to provide more young Texans with space to learn and grow. In addition to being a gifted speaker and a published author, she gave her time to numerous boards, including the Museum of South Texas History. Her compassion shone through during her own battle with cancer, and she used her journey to raise funds and awareness for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. In 2023, she was recognized as the Woman of the Year by the Edinburgh Chamber of Commerce for her community service. Her incredible life and legacy are remembered by her family, friends, and all of South Texas. Today, I proudly rise to celebrate a landmark moment for the Rio Grande Valley, the inaugural season of the UT-RGV football program. 4 years in the making, the UT-RGV Vaqueros have finally hit the field, along with their new drill team and marching band. A new tradition has begun in the Rio Grande Valley. Nearly 13,000 proud fans came to watch the first game against Sol Ross. The Valley is excited to unite around this Rio Grande Valley football team, and we are ready to keep cheering our team on. We wish you the best season. V's up. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we mark the solemn 8th anniversary of Hurricanes Irma and Maria making landfall in the Virgin Islands, each as Category 5 hurricanes, I rise today to speak about the remarkable resilience of Virgin Islanders, the critical federal partnership that secured the necessary funding for our recovery, and the transformative opportunity which is on the cusp of realization for our people. On September 6, 2017, Hurricane Irma pummeled the territory, shredded roofs, destroyed our utilities, and shattered lives. 2 weeks later, Hurricane Maria made landfall in the Virgin Islands, wreaking destruction across parts of the territory already spared from Irma. The devastation was complete and overwhelming. Our hospitals destroyed, schools were left in ruins, our children sharing schools for 2 years, and thousands of homes uninhabitable. Our residents lived without electricity for 9 months. In those darkest hours, I witnessed something extraordinary, the unbreakable spirit of Virgin Islanders. We came together to support one another, rebuild our community, and lay the foundation for a stronger and more resilient future. While others simply saw the need to rebuild, I saw an opportunity for transformation. Many in my home leadership said I was asking for too much. I was out of place. By showing members of Congress on both sides of the aisles how many times infrastructure had been rebuilt after storms and how expensive that was, Congress recognized that the prudent replacement required that the Virgin Islands should rebuild not how things were at the time of the storm, but how they should have been. As the representative in Congress for my home at the time, I knew that recovery of this magnitude would require unprecedented federal support and innovative support approaches. That's why we fought for and secured transformational changes in federal law through the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018. This legislation allowed FEMA, for the duration of our recovery, to rebuild our critical infrastructure with resilient design features up to the latest industry building standards, regardless of what existed before the storms. This was not just a policy change, it was a paradigm shift. Instead of simply replacing what we had lost, we could build infrastructure designed to withstand future storms and serve our community for generations. I personally brought drafters of the legislation to meet with local government and FEMA officials to ensure that they understood the intent of this body in changing that law. The numbers speak for itself of the historic investment in the territory, almost $2 billion for rebuilding of our hospitals, several billion for our schools, and more than $4 billion for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. In total, $20 billion flowing to our population. Recognizing that this even massive investment could be undermined by local matching requirements, I worked tirelessly with the last administration to secure an increase in the federal cost share to 95% for public assistance categories and 98% for larger critical infrastructure. This will save our territory $1 billion in matching funds that we simply do not have. Unfortunately, the local government has at times exacerbated the slow pace of rebuilding. The first years after the storm were not used to sufficiently build capacity or develop integrated project management, and we have had fits and starts in rebuilding. Our isolation and relatively small size create difficulty in obtaining supplies and labor. This is further exacerbated by delays that occurred at HUD and FEMA. However, the story of the Virgin Islands recovery is ultimately a story about partnership between federal and local government, between Congress and our territory, and most importantly, among Virgin Islanders themselves. We must be focused, transparent, adaptable, and driven to make our home the jewel of the Caribbean. It's a testament to what we can achieve when we refuse to accept that natural disasters must define our destiny. As we move forward, we carry with us lessons learned from Irma and Maria. We cannot, we will not squander this transformational opportunity. We will build smarter, stronger, more resilient, and we will continue to prove that Virgin Islanders, undeterred by any challenge, remain VI strong. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with profound respect to commemorate the life and legacy of Irene Perez Polk Scambaluri, a Chamorro daughter of Guam, a survivor of World War II, and a tireless advocate for justice. At just 10 years old, Irene was eating breakfast with her family when the skies above Guam roared with warplanes. Her father, a U.S. Navy pharmacist, surrendered himself to protect his family, spending years in a Japanese POW camp. Irene, her mother, and siblings endured displacement, hunger, forced labor, and cruel treatment under occupation. She gave up her bed so her grandparents could rest, helped forage for food, and bore the weight of survival with quiet strength. At 13, she witnessed the return of American forces and trekked through mountains and devastation to reach safety. But her story didn't end there. Miss Irene transformed her pain into purpose. She spoke at schools, ceremonies, and even laid a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, becoming the first civilian to do so in honor of Guam's liberation. Her advocacy helped secure war reparations for Chamorro survivors, and her home phone became a lifeline for those seeking help. Her grandchildren called her the Bionic Woman, a fitting tribute to a woman who defied cancer, embraced technology, and danced through life with grace and grit. Her legacy is etched not only in the history books, but in the hearts of her family and the people of Guam. She reminded us that history lives among us and that the enduring Chamorro spirit will never be forgotten. We thank her, we honor her, and we carry her light forward. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, death comes to all of us at a time and a place unknown. It may come quietly after a long illness or swiftly and violently without warning. None of us are exempt. The youngest and the oldest amongst us will each face that moment. We know it, we fear it, and still we carry on, putting it out of our minds so that we can live, work, and love. In that certainty, we are united. Death does not discriminate by race or religion, gender or sexual orientation, or economic status. We are all equal in our mortality. On September 11th, 24 years ago, death came suddenly and violently. It struck without mercy or logic. It took office workers, firefighters, police officers, maintenance workers, financial executives, flight attendants, secretaries. It took Muslims, Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, and those with no faith tradition. They were targeted simply because they showed up to work. Others died trying to save them. Those first responders, the brave men and women of the FDNY, the New York Police Department, EMS, and Port Authority, ran into danger knowing full well the cost. Some lives were saved because of them, and many of those heroes never came home. The attacks were an attack of hate, of an ideology turned into violence. In hijacking airplanes, those terrorists tried to hijack our values, to cause casualties in pursuit of their beliefs, to use death as a weapon to divide us. But even as we still grieve, as we continue to lose 9/11 survivors to illnesses from that day, we remember something greater, that humanity goes on, even as individual lives are lost. Children who lost parents have grown up. Parents who lost children have passed on. Young Americans have graduated high school who were not yet born on that clear, bright September morning. We are reminded life continues, but it is up to us to give it meaning. In a deeper sense, we are all on the 107th floor of that day. We are all aboard Flight 93. We all carry the weight of that day, not just in mourning, but in mission. The universality of loss can and should be the foundation for our unity. So I ask, why then are we so divided? Have we learned nothing from this tragedy? If death unites us, shouldn't life compel us to care for one another, to protect each other while we can. Evil still exists. It takes many forms. It still tries to convince us that terrorism or hatred can be justified, that violence can serve a cause. We must reject that lie always. The deaths on that day 24 years ago give us a chance to remember. We remember the lost, we honor the brave, and we reaffirm our shared responsibility to stand against hate and those who use death and terror to divide us, and hold fast to our common humanity. Let us say a prayer for the fallen, let us say a prayer for the living, and let us walk forward together in the shadow of that somber day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Kreider Farms of Lancaster County on 90 years in business. Kreider Farms began in 1935 when Noah Kreider and his wife, Mary Hershey, bought the Hershey farm from Mary's father. Starting with 50 chickens and a dozen cows, the following decades saw the Penn Township farm expand on their dairy and egg production. In 1972, Kreider Farms built their own processing plant and retail store for their milk and ice cream. 90 years later, Kreider Farm is the last full-scale egg and dairy farm in the United States. The fourth-generation business employs 475 people and encompasses 3,000 acres. They are the largest egg producer in Pennsylvania and help make Pennsylvania's 11th congressional district the second-ranked egg-producing district in the nation. Kreider Farms' business practices are also noteworthy. Their focus on environmental responsibility and sustainability have won them numerous awards, and they are the first farm in the Northeast to be American Humane certified. Kreider Farms has brought joy and nutrition to countless families across Pennsylvania's 11th congressional district and the nation for an astounding 90 years. I congratulate Chairman Ron Kreider and Kreider Farms for their hard work and their continuation of Pennsylvania's rich agricultural legacy. I wish them many more years of continued success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Shady Maple Smorgasbord on 40 years in business. In July 1985, Marv and Miriam Weaver added on to their farmers market and cafeteria with a new business venture, the Shady Maple Smorgasbord. Since then, Shady Maple has become the largest and one of the most highly rated buffets in the country. The restaurant covers 161,000 square feet, seats nearly 1,200 customers, and employs hundreds of people. Specializing in authentic Pennsylvania Dutch food, the buffet features hundreds of food options, as well as a from-scratch bakery and in-house smoked meats. Shady Maple Smorgasbord is just one part of the larger Shady Maple enterprise, which includes a farmer's market, a gift shop, and RV sales. The company has remained in family hands under Marv and Miriam's son, CEO Lynn Weaver, and President Phil Weaver. The farmer's market and smorgasbord complex employs 750 people and attracts over 1 million customers a year. As Shady Maple celebrates 40 years in business, I commend the Weavers for their hard work, from transforming a small cafeteria into a culinary destination that draws people from around the globe. May their success continue for the next 40 years and beyond. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the York County Agricultural Land Preservation Board for conserving the 50,000th acre of farmland in York County, which occurred at Star Rock Farms. Since its founding in 1990, the board has worked tirelessly to safeguard York County's rich agricultural heritage. Over the years, York County's Farmland Preservation Program has become a model for protecting farmland from development and ensuring its availability for future generations. On August 20th of 2025, the board celebrated this historic milestone with the preservation of Star Rock Farms in Brogue, Pennsylvania, a family-owned third-generation operation led by cousins Rob Barley, Abe Barley Jr., and Tom Barley. Star Rock Farms was founded in 1932 by Abram M. Barley with the purchase of 12 acres in Manor Township in Lancaster County. Star Rock Farms has been a model operation and now raises dairy, beef, and swine in addition to growing crops in a sustainable manner. To date, 350 farms have been permanently preserved across York County, ensuring that our region's farming tradition continues to thrive. York County has shown how strong partnerships between government and landowners is necessary to protecting our nation's farms. York County ranks third in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and ninth in the nation in preserved farmland acreage. Together with Lancaster County, both located in Pennsylvania's 11th Congressional District, our region proudly stands as a national leader in farmland preservation. So again, I commend the York County Agricultural Land Preservation Board, not only for protecting farmland, but for preserving a way of life that sustains families, communities, and our nation. And I want to again thank Star Rock Farms for continuing to lead the way for agriculture in Pennsylvania's 11th District and for their efforts to support farmland preservation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise because Donald Trump and House Republicans lied to Americans when they promised to lower cost. Now they're even trying to rebrand their so-called big, beautiful bill with a new name about working families. But no matter what label they slap on it, the facts don't change. Trump and Republicans' big, ugly law makes the cost of health care go up, and it takes away health care from working families. Republicans hand out an average of $80,000 in tax breaks to every millionaire. Where do they get this money from? Each millionaire tax cut is paid for by taking away insurance from 4 people. Republicans are stealing from the American people to fund these tax cuts. And what does it mean when 4 people lose their coverage? It means mom with diabetes may have to skip her insulin, or dad ignores chest pains because he can't afford the ER visit. Your child missing their asthma treatments and struggling to breathe in class. These are real lives on the line. Overall, the big ugly bill will take away health care coverage from 16 million people. When people lose coverage, they get sicker. There's longer wait times, hospital visits rise, and costs skyrocket for families and the entire system. House Democrats are fighting for a different vision. We're fighting to make sure that if you work hard and you and your family should have health care and should be able to afford to see a doctor, to fill a prescription, and get the care you need without going bankrupt. While Republicans protect tax breaks for billionaires, Democrats are working to protect affordable coverage, lower prescription drug costs, and expand access to health care for working families. Because in our America, health care is not a privilege for the wealthy few, it's a right for every American. Madam Speaker, I rise today to dissent. This week, 6 members of the U.S. Supreme Court decided to allow ICE raids in Los Angeles that are rooted in racial profiling. This is a direct assault on our Constitution, on the very idea of equal justice under law. Justice Sonia Sotomayor said it best when she wrote, and I quote, "We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, who speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job. Rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost, I dissent." And I agree and join that dissent. These raids are not about law and order. They are about targeting immigrants because of the color of their skin, the language they speak, the neighborhoods they live in, and the jobs they hold. I dissent. ICE is not chasing criminals. It is chasing families. I dissent. Nationwide, 71% of those in ICE custody at the end of July had no criminal convictions. Think about that. Tens of thousands of lives upended. Children left without parents, families torn apart, not because of what people did, because of who they are. That does not make us safer, it makes us weaker. It destabilizes our schools, our neighborhoods, and our workplaces. It harms industries that keep our economy running, construction, agriculture, hospitality, all while wasting taxpayer dollars on cruelty instead of real public safety. I dissent. Families across this country now live in fear because their very existence has been criminalized. This is not justice. This is persecution. I dissent. 6 members of the Supreme Court may have turned its back on equal justice, but Congress cannot. We must defend the Constitution, protect immigrant families, and ensure that no American community is left to live under the shadow of racial profiling in immigration enforcement. For those reasons, I join Justice Sonia Sotomayor, and I say, I dissent.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president, please. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, for decades, Jeffrey Epstein's abuse was an open secret powerful people knew, agencies knew, some in government knew, and yet year after year he continued to operate, trafficking, exploiting, and destroying the lives of children and young women. This was not only sexual violence, there were financial crimes. Epstein's empire was built on money, blackmail, and connections, and those connections reached into the highest halls of power. What makes this scandal unbearable is not just Epstein's evil, but the way institutions, Republican and Democratic administrations alike, looked away. No administration, past or present, has fully stepped up to bring the truth to light. The very agencies charged with protecting the vulnerable instead protected the powerful. And now, under Donald Trump, that cover-up has gone from negligence to active obstruction. Trump promised to release the files. He promised the American people transparency. Instead, he and his hand-picked lieutenants have buried the truth under a mountain of lies and contradictions. Let's review the record. In June of 2024, Trump said he would declassify the Epstein files. His campaign even celebrated that promise online. On January 30th, Trump's FBI Director Kash Patel vowed to release everything. On February 21st, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the client list was literally on her desk. As of today, none of that has materialized. But when Bondi told Trump in May that his own name appeared in those files, everything changed. Suddenly, the files were too dangerous to release. Then the Department of Justice claimed there was no client list at all. Trump went from promising full transparency to calling the files boring, then a hoax, then a dead issue. This is not transparency. This is a cover-up. Madam Speaker, when leaders abuse their office to shield predators, that is corruption of the highest order. When hundreds of survivors are denied justice to protect one man's reputation, that is a crime against the very idea of democracy. The majority often speaks about morality, but we are told about protecting children, about being pro-life, and standing up against human trafficking. So I ask my colleagues on the other side, where is that outrage now? Where is the moral clarity when the lives of trafficked and abused girls demand your courage? This is not about partisanship. This is about whether the United States Congress will side with survivors or with abusers. Will we protect the powerful, or will we protect the powerless? Trump threatens Republican members who demand justice in this matter. Like Epstein's survivors, the majority are now terrorized by men in power to stay silent. I know that many aspects of this criminally corrupt scandal are horrible to look at and to think about, but we don't have to be divided. Together, we can be the solution and send a message that we will not let this happen again. So here's my demand. Release the files. Every name, every deposition, every page, unredacted, except to protect the survivors. No more excuses, no more delays, and no more hiding. Madam Speaker, sunlight is the oldest disinfectant. It is the only way to end the rot of corruption that let Epstein thrive, and it is the only way to give survivors the justice they deserve. Right now, there is a bipartisan effort in this House to force a vote on releasing the files. We need only 2 more Republicans to join us, 2 members who believe their oath to the truth is stronger than their loyalty to Donald Trump. 2 members who are willing to live up to the words they so often speak about morality, family, and protecting children. And let me say this, Americans are divided on so much today, but on this demand for justice, transparency, and accountability, we are united. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Americans across every community want this cover-up to end. At a time when our country desperately needs something to unite around, this could be it. The American people have waited long enough. The survivors have waited long enough. If our justice system means anything, it must mean justice for the vulnerable human beings that powerful men thought they could use and throw away. No more secrecy, no more corruption, no more for protection for predators. Madam Speaker, history will remember that what we do in this moment. And here is the truth. If we in Congress cannot unify to defy the most well-connected predator of our time, what good are we? I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor Kelly Pierce, who tragically and unexpectedly passed away on August 1st of this year. Kelly was a beloved mom of 3 boys. She was a daughter, a granddaughter, a friend, a cousin, an aunt, and a women's soccer coach. Kelly coached at Pima Community College, Mountain View High School, CDO Soccer Club, and FC Tucson. But she's most recently known for coaching the South Point High School Lancers varsity women's soccer team, where she graduated from in 1999. As a player, Kelly won 2 state championships, and later as coach, she led the Lancers to 6 state championships in the past 8 years, a truly remarkable feat. Only 44 years old, Kelly was passionate and devoted to her family and her coaching. She was widely known in our community for her soccer talent and had been involved with youth soccer for nearly 20 years. She was an inspiration to young female athletes, instilling self-confidence and their power as individuals. Among her cousins, she was the leader with all the confidence, who was admired with the biggest, kindest, and most giving heart. And later in life, her boys were her everything. She was a dedicated mom who always prioritized them and their well-being over anything else. My prayers were with her 3 sons, Tyler, Brady, and Camden, and her partner, Joey Bernier, and her brothers, Jeff and Donald Pierce, and her large extended family, including her mom, her grandmother, and cousins, plus all the players she loved so much, both current and former. Kelly truly reflects what I love the most about our community and our district: hardworking, passionate, and dedicated. She leaves a humongous hole in our community and will be dearly missed. As her family, friends, and the entire South Point community grieves, know that our community is alongside of you. Kelly, may your legacy on this earth continue to inspire all of us today and our future generations. You will be dearly missed. May you rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of a civil rights icon and a beloved Birmingham pastor, Bishop Calvin Woods Sr., who passed away on August 16, 2025, at the age of 91. Bishop Woods was a cherished member of the Birmingham community, whose moral leadership served as a guiding light during the civil rights movement and beyond. Born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama, Bishop Woods attended Parker High School before earning his bachelor's degree from Miles College. He went on to complete several more degrees at the Universal Bible Institute and Union Baptist Seminary, as well as the School of Truth. In 1956, Bishop Woods began his nearly 6 decades of involvement in the civil rights movement, co-founding the Alabama Christian Movement for Human Rights alongside his brother, Reverend Abraham Woods, and the Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth. Bishop Woods worked closely with Dr. Martin Luther King and participated in numerous civil rights demonstrations, including the Birmingham Campaign and the 1963 March on Washington. Following the shooting of 5 African-American protesters at a Birmingham supermarket, Bishop Woods planned public protests and later filed a lawsuit challenging the unjust suspension of school children for demonstrating against segregation. Despite being beaten, arrested, fined, and imprisoned, Bishop Woods was never afraid to stand up for what he believed was right. As a result of his fearless advocacy, he was appointed by Dr. King as an SCLC city convener for the Birmingham Ministers Leadership Conference. Bishop Woods was a devoted man of faith, whose love for his family and his community was unmatched. He spent more than 3 decades as pastor of Shiloh Baptist Church in Birmingham and held numerous leadership roles in the community. He served as a board member of the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute and a member of the National Baptist Convention Board of Directors. In 2006, Bishop Woods was named president of the Birmingham SCLC, and 1 year later he became president of the New Era Baptist State Convention. Madam Speaker, on a personal note, I am forever grateful for the sacrifices that Bishop Woods made in the name of equality and justice for all. He stands as a testament to the power of ordinary Americans to achieve extraordinary social change. I know that I get to walk the halls of Congress as Alabama's first Black Congresswoman because of his courageous efforts. The city of Birmingham, the state of Alabama, and our entire nation are indebted to him for his tireless fight to end segregation. On behalf of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the extraordinary life and legacy of Bishop Calvin Woods, Jr. May he rest in peace, and may his legacy live on in the lives that he touched and in the change that he sparked. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise this morning to talk about a very troubling concern that's taking place in Congress. Madam Speaker, you may be aware that the so-called DOGE group, it's a group of individuals that was put together by Elon Musk and President Trump. They have been unvetted and unaccountable, and Madam Speaker, now have gotten the data of more than 300 million of our fellow Americans. They have taken that data and put it in a cloud, making it vulnerable to be hacked. It's in an unsecured position by people who had no right to go into individuals' personal data and information. Madam Speaker, I asked Chairman Estes yesterday if he would call a hearing on this so that we could bring the whistleblower who made this evident and clear that this data is being kidnapped and taken to a cloud, which means, for those of you that don't understand this, an unsecure place. The Social Security Administration has no idea. And when I asked my fellow Republican colleagues if they had any idea where this data was, they had no idea either. It's long overdue that as an equal branch of government, we hold the executive branch accountable when they are taking people's personal data and Social Security and taking that information and exposing it. There is no reason why any 24-year-old, unvetted, unaccountable person should have access to any American Social Security information. Madam Speaker, you have more than 177,000 Social Security recipients in your own district. Is there not one Republican who will stand up and say, we need a hearing, we demand to know where this information is, we want to know why they need this information? I think you know why. Because they want to privatize Social Security. Because they're dissembling Social Security from within. Democrats are aware of this, but all citizens, whether you're Republican or Democrat or unaffiliated, you ought to be concerned and shocked by the fact that your data, your personal information, has been hacked by people who were not vetted and are unaccountable and have placed this in a cloud, meaning in a insecure place that anyone could hack into. Imagine that the Social Security Administration has no idea what they've done with this data. And DOGE, we asked Elon Musk and DOGE to come before this committee on Ways and Means, and they refused to come. Why? Because they believe they're above the law. They don't believe that they're accountable to an equal branch of government. And now they've gone in and taken the data that they were after. Why is Elon Musk after it? Because that data contains information about the $2.7 trillion of the people's money that's in Social Security. And if I sound a little angry, it's because I am. And every American ought to be angered and outraged that this is going on. We vowed to protect their information and keep it safe and secure. And this administration and Elon Musk have sent DOGE into Social Security to take this information. It is morally wrong. It is not legal, and it's long overdue
The gentleman's time
that
is
we
up.
take action. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takonda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the Armed Services Committee reported out this year's NDAA, it was a bill I was proud to support. Months of bipartisan work, careful oversight, and real provisions to strengthen our national defense. That's the kind of process this committee is known for. But as we've sadly seen before, the amendments being considered are largely partisan poison pills, set to once again diminish the bipartisan work of our committee. Through a closed partisan process, Rules Committee Republicans stripped away balance and accountability. They denied Democrats, and by extension, our constituents, the chance to openly debate issues that demand answers, like the National Guard in our streets, the purges at the Pentagon, or the abuse of Trump's unilateral military force abroad. Not surprisingly, not one of my amendments, 10 of them I submitted, were made in order. So let me tell you what Republicans apparently don't care about. Accountability for predators. I offered an amendment to disinter Dr. Robert McCormick Brown, a man accused of sexually abusing dozens of students in Hawaii, from the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific. A predator like that does not deserve to rest amongst heroes. But Republicans said no. By refusing to act, they're once again protecting a pedophile, allowing him to lie in a place of honor instead of standing amongst survivors and justice. Taking care of veterans. I propose suspending commissary debit card fees that unfairly tax veterans and their caregivers. I also propose eliminating medical copays for Native Hawaiian veterans, the same health care benefits that Native American and Alaska Native veterans currently receive. Republicans said no. Apparently, they believe veterans should keep getting nickeled and dimed for basic health care and food. Safe housing for service members. I proposed an amendment to increase investment in barracks for unaccompanied service members and establish clear timeliness standards for maintenance work orders. No service member should be forced to live with black mold, broken plumbing, and unsafe conditions, and I've walked through those barracks myself. But Republicans said no, again. I guess they're fine sending troops off to war and combat than sending them home to live in squalor. Standing up to China. I introduced an amendment requiring congressional approval before advanced AI chips, critical to our most sophisticated weapons and intelligence systems, could be exported to Beijing. Blocked. I also proposed raising the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative cap to $8.5 billion, fully paid for with existing tariff revenue that's coming in to strengthen Indo-Pacific deterrence. Republicans still said no. If this is their idea of strength, China will be the one that wins. And it wasn't just me that didn't get amendments included in the NDA. Many of my colleagues put forward common sense ideas like prohibiting the deportation of veterans without due process, as in the case of my constituent, Mr. Se-Jun Park, or clarifying that the National Guard can't be turned into an immigration police force, and yet both of these amendments were blocked. Ms. Speaker, here's the truth. It's an intentional choice that we make to take an oath to be of the people and for the people. In a democracy, we debate, we vote, we let the American people see exactly where we stand. And in an autocracy, that choice is stripped away. Dissent is silenced, and decisions are made behind closed doors. That is the difference, that is the danger, that is a choice. Shutting down debate isn't just about dysfunction. It's a betrayal of our oath and our disservice to every single service member, veteran, and family who depends on us. They've fought for us. They've sacrificed for us. They've died for us. They deserve leaders who fight for them, not politicians who game the process. I will always stand up for Hawaii service members, all of our service members, their families, and the communities that support them. Their sacrifices inspire me every single day. Madam Speaker, there is another way. There is a better way. It's called democracy, and it begins with the choice. Thank you, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kippen.
Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, we pray not our will, but yours be done this day. Don't answer our prayers with words we want to hear, but cause us to hear how you wish us to respond to the concerns for which we pray. Don't listen to us when we ask for your favor, lest we be inclined to demand more. But grant us the faith to trust in your provision when what we have doesn't seem enough. Don't shower us with blessings we desire, but bless us with more of you, that we would desire nothing else. Don't lead us away from the challenges that lie before us, but challenge us to follow you as you lead us through them. Don't quell our anxieties that hurt our hearts with worry, but transform our hearts, that they would seek first your righteousness. Do not forsake us. Do not be far from us, O Lord our God, but come quickly to help us this day. For you, O Lord, are our Savior, and it is in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the skipper from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate a remarkable milestone for the city of Arlington, Texas. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. As the city's oldest and largest business organization, the Chamber has been a pillar of the community for 8 decades, serving over 1,000 members and advocating for businesses of all sizes. The hardworking families and entrepreneurs of Main Street are the backbone of our economy, and it is vital that they have the resources they need to succeed. For 80 years, Arlington Chamber members have worked tirelessly to address key issues facing small businesses throughout the community. Throughout securing and expanding resources, the Chamber has brought immeasurable growth to our city. I commend the Arlington Chamber for 80 years of excellence, and I thank them for their continued commitment to serving Texas. In God we trust. I yield back.
The House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today not just as a member of Congress, but as a proud Oregonian. Donald Trump is once again threatening to deploy troops against American civilians. We've already seen him abuse federal power in cities like D.C. and L.A., and now he's targeting Portland. Let me be clear. Donald Trump is punishing cities like Portland simply for standing against his authoritative power. This isn't about safety, it's political retribution, plain and simple. Portland doesn't need his help. We are resilient, creative, and strong. To my fellow Oregonians, I am standing with Governor Kotek, Attorney General Dan Rayfield, our delegation, and local leaders to defend our communities and our rights. I will use every tool available, legislation, litigation, and public pressure to stop this dangerous overreach. We will not be bullied, we will not be silenced, and we will not back down. Because in Oregon, we fly with our own wings. We rise, we resist, and we stand together, undaunted and unafraid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House of Representatives for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week I rose to recognize the dawn of the newest college football rivalry in the great state of Georgia, and today I rise to honor the winner of the inaugural clash of Highway 29, the LaGrange College Panthers, led by Coach Wes Dodson. On Saturday night, the Panthers defeated the Point University Skyhawks 36-14. I attended the game with the president of LaGrange College, Dr. Susanna Baxter, the president of Point University, Dr. Stacy Bartlett, and administrators of both schools. Mr. Speaker, this matchup was exciting from the beginning. On the first play of the opening drive, LaGrange converted a double pass for a touchdown, and on the ensuing kickoff, Point responded with a 90-yard kick return for a touchdown. LaGrange's offense was led by three talented players: quarterback Henry Broadnax, who finished with 265 passing yards and 3 touchdowns; kicker Landon Eaker, who was perfect on the night with 3 field goals and 2 PATs; and wide receiver Damian Thompson, who in his first ever collegiate game was honored as the USA South Athletic Conference's Offensive Rookie of the Week. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the Panthers' victory, we also remember their teammate, Marquise Rice, who tragically passed away during the offseason. The LaGrange College Panthers honored Marquise with an incredible performance, an indomitable spirit, and an indisputable victory on Saturday evening. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor my parents, Chris and Jack Morrison. I'm a lifelong Democrat, but I was raised in a primarily Republican family. We debated politics and the issues of the day around the dinner table. We didn't always agree, but we respected and learned from each other. My brother and I were encouraged to think independently and to stand up for what we believe in. And we knew that we were loved and that they always had our backs. We were raised to believe in the promise of America and with the expectation that it was our responsibility to serve our community and other people. My parents lived that ethic and led by example through serving in the military, running for office, working for nonprofits, through their many and deep friendships, through their care for our extended family, through their embrace of their son and daughter-in-law, and through their love and deep engagement with their grandchildren. We learned that service was important and expected, and we've endeavored to live up to their example. My parents are my heroes, and encapsulating what they mean to me in 1 minute is impossible. But let me say directly to them, as they are in the gallery today, I am so proud and grateful that you are my parents, and I love you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
We'll remind members that the rules do not permit references to individuals in the gallery, but it was heartfelt. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Donald Trump is cracking down on murderers who threaten American families. Trump has signed an executive order to eliminate cashless bail. This will prevent Democrat district attorneys from putting criminals back on the streets, murdering random citizens. This could have prevented the merciless murder of Iranian refugee Erna Zarutska on August 22nd in Charlotte, North Carolina. Her killer had 14 previous arrests. Her merciless murder was concealed for 10 days by Charlotte Mayor Lyles as she faced a primary election yesterday. The mayor should resign, as proposed by Charlotte area Congressman Ralph Norman. Every other week, I am grateful to fly through Charlotte with its professional staff, but as long as Lyles is mayor, I will avoid the Charlotte airport because every passenger in Charlotte is at risk of being stabbed to death. In conclusion, God bless our troops. As the global war on terrorism continues, Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, while Putin is invading Poland with Iranian drones 100 miles into Poland yesterday from Belarus, as Putin tries to resurrect the failed Soviet Union. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 38th time to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for starving children around the world. It has been 8 months since the Trump administration put a stop work order into place, and as a result, there are thousands of boxes of life-saving aid meant to save the lives of starving children sitting in warehouses in Rhode Island and Georgia instead of getting to the kids who need them. Mr. Speaker, this week we are voting on the annual defense bill. And I just want to point out, this is a national security issue because when starvation and famine are permitted to progress unimpeded around the world, it yields terrorism, increased violence, and extremism that is a risk to our own nation's defense. When we step back, our adversaries like China step in to save the day in the developing world, and that is bad for the United States and for democracies all across the globe. So, Mr. Speaker, I call on the Trump administration once again, restore life-saving food aid for children, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have exciting news to share about a remarkable young woman, and her name is Mary Gray Hardy. The election results are in, and Mary Gray was elected as Spring Creek High School student body president. Her victory isn't just of any win here. Mary Gray may be one of the few, if not the only student with Down syndrome in our state serving as her school student body president. Her classmates elected her not because of her Down syndrome, but because they believe in her. I've been around Mary Gray, and she's nothing but amazing. With the news of her election, it brought tears of happiness, and they flowed freely. Congratulations, Mary Gray. I'm sorry, Madam President. Actually, that has a special ring, President Hardy. Mary Gray, keep working hard. Know that your congressman is praying for your successful presidency and for your school. Your story is part of the American story, your community, your parents, and I am incredibly proud of you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When solicitors don't prosecute crimes, when judges and rogue magistrates let thugs out on the streets of America, cases like Irina Zarutska happen, murders like Irina Zarutska happen. I want to pay special attention to a certain solicitor in South Carolina who is not doing her job, who is lying to South Carolinians, and that is Solicitor Scarlett Wilson of the 9th Judicial Circuit. Scarlett, I want you to know that I'm watching. When you leak evidence, when you politicize rape, and when you leak evidence of rape victims, when you leak evidence of victims who are being stalked or who've been beaten, that South Carolina is watching, that I am watching. And if you don't do your job to protect South Carolinians, there will be consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I will remind members to make their comments directly to the chair. Now, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on May 30th, Severna Park in Maryland's 3rd Congressional District, we lost one of our youngest members, Hugh Nee. Hugh was not even 18 months old when he died of sudden unexplained death in childhood, or SUDC. Hugh's parents, Eddie and Jessica, who are here today, described him as joy personified. He loved going to the park, circle time at the library, and getting booped in the nose at bath time. With his loved ones, Hugh read over 1,000 books and was a dear friend to our public library system. In Hugh's memory, our community is now building Hugh's Corner at the Severna Park Library. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are approximately 400 cases of SUDC in the U.S. every year. Without a known cause or form of prevention, the NIH research conducted on SUDC is critical and could be life-saving. I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting full funding for the NIH's life-saving work so that not another family has to experience what the Nees have endured. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the chairman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 60th anniversary of the AmeriCorps Seniors Foster Grandparent Program. This is one of the oldest and most impactful senior service programs in the country. Since 1965, foster grandparents, who are volunteers age 55 and older, have provided consistent support, mentorship, and care to children and youth. Through this intergenerational service, they help young people thrive while strengthening communities. Foster grandparents volunteer their time to help children through tutoring, mentoring, and sometimes providing classroom support to teachers. These grandparents have the ability to help young people in need learn independence, self-confidence, and social skills. Mr. Speaker, many of us have fond memories of our own grandparents, and I'm glad that for the past 60 years, the Foster Grandparent Program has helped connect seniors with young people to form these wonderful relationships. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today in memory of Sarah Katz, an empathetic, driven, and compassionate young woman whose life was tragically cut short 3 years ago today. A native of Jersey City and a graduate of Elizabeth Irwin High School in New York, Sarah devoted her life to helping others, working with the American Heart Association and Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to raise awareness about heart health and the importance of CPR. She was admired by so many in our community, especially her classmates and mentors at the University of Pennsylvania. But above all else, she was deeply loved by her family, her parents, Jill and Michael, and her sister, Dana. Amid unimaginable grief, her family turned to action, honoring Sarah's life by advocating for change. It's been a privilege to join them in this effort, introducing the Sarah Katz Caffeine Safety Act to save lives and prevent more families from having to endure the pain that the Katz family has felt. Every step of the way, their love for Sarah has been at the forefront of their advocacy. I ask my colleagues to join us in this important effort and help drive change that will save lives. May Sarah's memory always be a blessing. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a grateful but sad heart to honor the life of U.S. Senator Fred Harris, a tireless champion for justice, democracy, and the people of New Mexico and Oklahoma. Senator Harris fought for Native American and civil rights, returned sacred lands to our tribes, and helped advance the Great Society programs that have lifted millions out of poverty. But his impact goes far beyond his time in the Senate. He created the Fred Harris Fellowship that has brought hundreds of UNM students to Washington, D.C. to give them firsthand experience in public service. He was a mentor, an educator, a dear, dear friend, and a hero to so many in our state and across the nation. And while we grieve his passing, his legacy will live on in the countless people whose lives he's touched and who continue to fight for justice, and his dedication to the legacy this United States leaves behind. I yield back.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 3838. Will the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 3838, which the clerk will report by title.
Appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, amendments on block number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 119-20, 255, offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 682, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment prohibits provisions of gender transmission procedures, including surgery or medication, through the Exceptional Family Members Program. The Exceptional Family Members Program provides resources to military families with special needs. This program is designed for military spouses, children, or other dependent family members who require ongoing medical or educational services, such as individuals with asthma, autism, chronic respiratory illnesses, intellectual disabilities, and much, much more. Under the Biden administration, the Air Force suggested using the Exceptional Family Members Program for families who want to help their child transition. Democrats also introduced a bill to expand this program to include transgender dependents and specifically list gender dysphoria as a qualifying medical need to be included in the program. My amendment ensures that we reserve this valuable program for its original intent to help families with special needs by prohibiting the use of the program for the provision or referral for gender transition procedures such as gender surgery or medication. The Exceptional Family Members Program, otherwise known as EFMP, should be used fully to support families with special needs and chronic illnesses, not for gender transmission procedures, as has been mentioned. The program, as it was intended, specifically identifies certain things that identifying families with special needs, which includes the following: potentially life-threatening conditions or chronic, current or chronic mental health conditions, asthma or other respiratory-related diagnoses with chronic reoccurring symptoms, intellectual or development delays, attention deficit disorder or attention deficit hyperactivity disorders, chronic conditions that require adaptive equipment, which assistive technology devices or environmental or architectural considerations. Allowing gender transitioning procedures through the EFMP goes against the very intention that the program was designed to have, and it provided valuable resources for families who otherwise would not have the funds to do so. Gender transitioning is not covered under any of the criteria for identifying individuals eligible for the EFMP. I ask for adoption of this amendment and yield the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
There's going to be 5 amendments now that are all targeting the transgender community. And I want to make sure we understand a couple of really sort of broad themes why these amendments are so problematic. Number one is the transgender community has been targeted and discriminated against aggressively. If you troll through right-wing radio or online messaging, they're called freaks and weirdos. They are dehumanized on a very consistent basis in a way that has led to violence and discrimination against the transgender community. All 5 of these amendments just put a little exclamation point on that and encourage people to continue to dehumanize transgender people in a way that is very, very dangerous. So that's number one. Number two, transgender people exist. That's just a fact. Gender dysphoria is a medical fact. No serious medical person disagrees on that point. It's not even debatable. Now, there are a couple things that are debatable. What do you do about it? What treatments are appropriate in a given set of circumstances? Personally, I think it's wide open to have that conversation. What should the medical profession do? Second, when you have a transgender woman or a transgender man, how does that work in terms of sports and a wide variety of different things with women's sports or men's sports or everything? You can have a conversation about how to fit that in. But acting like transgender people don't exist further contributes to their dehumanization and the discrimination against them. None of these amendments before us today are even remotely necessary. They are simply an effort to take advantage of a culture war partisan issue to drive a wedge into this bill. It doesn't belong here. And on this particular amendment, if you are a service member who has a child experiencing gender dysphoria, what this amendment says is your child doesn't actually exist. That's not really happening. How is it going to make a service member feel when they're trying to take care of their child? I have met with children who went through gender dysphoria, who credit the treatments that they received. I yield myself an additional minute. Who credit the treatments they've received for absolutely saving their lives. Now, do sometimes they make mistakes? I always like to say, I've had 3 hip surgeries, including 2 total hip replacements. I probably didn't need any of them. It was probably a mistake. I don't see here anybody on the floor talking about banning hip replacements because occasionally you do one wrong. That happens. This decision should be made by doctors and patients, not by congressmen and legislators. This is restricting health care that could be incredibly necessary for young people, also for other family members. It is bigoted, discriminatory, and unnecessary, and I hope this body will turn it down. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Well, all I would add to that is, you know, we've got an obligation to the American people to keep this country safe and have our finest military men who are willing to risk it all in defense of America. My friend on the opposite side of the aisle mentions hip surgery. I think that's entirely different than a sex change operation that doesn't say that a person doesn't have it, but it's the military. The funding is not, that's not where the money should come from. How about telling that child that's got asthma, he has no treatment? How about telling that child with a mental impairment, there's not money to do it, we have to put the money towards somebody who's not sure about what sex they are. So it's just not a priority in the military, nor should the funding be set aside for that. There is a set amount of dollars that have to go toward this valuable appropriation process, and it's not to determine what somebody's sex is. He needs to decide that in other places with their own money and other times. I reserve.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Washington State.
May I inquire as to how much time is left?
Gentleman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 1 minute to make
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm sorry, how much time does he have?
The gentleman from South Carolina has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I yield myself one minute. 3 quick points. Number one, this does not restrict other medical treatment for anybody else. It's got nothing to do with this whatsoever. Second of all, this doesn't just eliminate sex change operations. This very specifically eliminates any treatment for gender dysphoria. A lot of times that's mental health treatment. That's not surgery. That's not drugs. That's a conversation about that issue. It eliminates it for everybody. Third, yes, we need to put our service members in the best position to focus on their mission and on fighting. If you are a service member overseas, stationed, fighting, and you have a child who is experiencing gender dysphoria, and you are told that your child, who is in a very dangerous situation, cannot get the health care that they need, that is not going to help that service member be the best possible fighter they can be for this country. We should not be denying health care to the family members of our service members that they need, and that is what this amendment does. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Let me just put some numbers to this. Over the course of 5 years, the Pentagon spent $15 million. $15 million in treating 1,892 transgender troops, including $11.5 million for psychotherapy and $3.1 million for surgeries, according to Department of Defense. The price tag for individual gender-affirming surgical procedures and other medical treatments can range from $8,000 to $100,000. And to compare hip surgery to a sex change operation is two different worlds, two different thoughts that we just have a completely difference of opinion. And I think if you take a survey of any of the troops that are serving this country, the vast majority would say that transgender surgeries have no place in the military. And the public, to be born with that price tag is, to be honest with you, incomprehensible. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington is
Again,
recognized.
we're not talking about sex change operations, and this is just another example of the profound ignorance surrounding treatment for gender dysphoria. We were talking about any treatment. And with that, I yield the balance of our time to the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Let's be clear. The Exceptional Family Member Program does not pay for medical care. Its purpose is simple: to ensure that military families are stationed where medical and educational services they need are available. This amendment misrepresents the mission, and it undermines it. We ask our service members to sacrifice so much for this country, in many cases even their lives. As a mother, I would never ask them to sacrifice their child's well-being. That's not just offensive, that's cruel and it's inhumane. Gender-affirming care is health care. Denying it sends a harmful message to military families with transgender children, that their needs, their dignity, who they are, their very lives do not matter. And when we harm their families, when we hurt their children, we undermine the very readiness we are so focused on as a military. The very people that we rely on to be on the front lines defending this nation every day. Our service members put everything on the line. We should do the same for them. Vote no on this amendment.
All time expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the second of 5, only 5, and I think there should be more amendments regarding gender-affirming care, trannies, you name it. Castration is not a mistake, by the way. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to say that castration is health care, and there's nothing more dehumanizing than going after the trannies out there. One recently shot 2 young school children in Minnesota. It is a mental illness, and it needs to stop, and we can stop it in our military right now. So this amendment, in last year's NDAA, we took the important step of banning TRICARE from covering medical interventions to treat gender dysphoria, which would result in the sterilization of children. This was a strong statement by the Congress in opposition to the mutilation of kids. However, the language allows the Department of War to continue to perform an array of gender-affirming child abuse on military dependents and to continue to mutilate our service members. My amendment is simple. It would prohibit TRICARE across the board from covering or furnishing the chemical and surgical mutilation of our warfighters and their dependents under the guise of health care. Our government should not be in the business of mutilating our fellow citizens, particularly our warfighters, with our tax dollars, with your tax dollars. This does not serve to advance our national security. It serves only to advance a dangerous and radical ideology that the American people have soundly rejected. Not only have the American people rejected the chemical and surgical mutilation of their fellow citizens, but much of the science doesn't support it as well. The science shows playing into the delusions of these individuals is not compassionate, it's cruel. Numerous studies have shown not only do these cross-sex hormones dramatically increase the risks of infertility and sexual dysfunction, they actually increase in depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation among those these medical procedures are performed. The purpose of our military is to fight and to win wars. It is to create war fighters, killers, not to participate in the latest progressive fad. Under the Biden administration, we diverted money away from readiness and lethality to promote extreme gender ideology and fund sex changes in our military. Under the Trump administration, we have finally recognized gender dysphoria for what it is, a mental illness which precludes military service. Our armed services are not a laboratory to study the effects of irreversible surgeries or hormones. Our service does not exist to provide experimental treatments to those whose conditions should be disqualifying. These people are mentally ill and should not be serving in the United States military. This amendment says clearly the purpose of our military is to defend the United States, not validate identity politics. It makes sure TRICARE serves the mission of protecting health, not undermining it. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back, or reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. What person, the gentleman from Washington State, seek recognition?
Claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
First of all, I want to thank the maker of this amendment for making it clear what the problem is. Trannies, mentally ill, insulting transgender people. This is exactly what these amendments are about. It's about a right-wing culture war to try to target the transgender community and make them something less than human. And if you listen to those comments, you get a feel for why that's a problem. Number two, this amendment doesn't have anything to do with transgender people serving in the military. Now, President Trump has already implemented that bigoted discriminatory policy to drive them out of the military. This is about health care for children experiencing gender dysphoria. And what this amendment does is it bans that health care treatment for children experiencing gender dysphoria. I've made a series of arguments on the other amendment about why that is such a bad idea. But the bottom line is this is a legitimate problem. And the studies have often shown that this is beneficial treatment that is now being denied by the United States Congress. This is something that doctors and patients should decide. You know, if we wanted to offer an amendment saying, please look at this issue, here's some studies on one side or the other, ask the medical community to reach their conclusions, that's one thing. But banning it doesn't make sense. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from South Carolina.
Mr. Chair, how much time is remaining?
2 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. If not wanting to castrate kids is right-wing culture war, sign me up, because this is not the kind of thing that should be happening to children or military dependents anywhere in our country. And castrating kids, it's not health care either. We're talking about something very permanent. We don't allow our kids to be tattooed until they're adults. We don't allow them to drink or smoke or vote until they're adults. But you're saying that it's okay to castrate a kid because of this weirdo freak ideology. Yes, these are weirdos, these are freaks, these are people who are mentally deranged, mentally ill, and this should not be funded by American taxpayers. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields the balance of her time. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Current law bans sterilization. So that's just a lot of crap about what this is about. Current law bans what she's talking about. What is being banned here is any treatment for gender dysphoria, and that is completely wrong. With that, I yield 2 minutes. To the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. So, as you all know, President Trump has already kicked out transgender troops from the military, despite the fact that they are willing and able to serve, and despite the fact that it will cost billions of dollars and decades to recruit and train their replacements. So, this proposed ban on medical care is unnecessary and redundant for our service members because we know the goal here isn't actually about policy. It's a symbolic punishment. It's to send a false political message that trans healthcare is illegitimate, even though those of us who live in reality know that trans healthcare is safe, effective, and medically necessary. It is supported by every major medical association in the US, representing more than 1.3 million US doctors. And let's be clear by what we mean about gender-affirming care. We don't only mean surgery. Sometimes it's just using the correct pronouns. Sometimes it's mental health care, sometimes it's hormone therapy, and yes, sometimes it's surgery. This ban would also take away mental health care from the trans children of our service members. We know that trans youth face significant mental health challenges, not because they're trans, to be clear, but because of the external factors they face like social isolation, discrimination, lack of affirmation, the stress of not getting the care they need, having to hear colleagues of mine say horrible things about them on the House floor. And like any parent, if a service member's child can't get the care they need, they will be distracted from their mission. So ultimately, this ban will hurt our military readiness and likely lead service members to leave the military. This amendment isn't only bigoted, it's short-sighted and would hurt our national security. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. She already yielded back. That's all right.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
2.25 minutes remaining.
Thank you. At this time, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment. If passed, this amendment would immediately prohibit TRICARE coverage of mental health counseling for transgender young people. Let me repeat that. This amendment would take away mental health care services for transgender kids of service members. That's what we're talking about. This amendment is intentionally discriminatory and result in higher rates of mental health issues and suicide for trans youth, kids who already experience higher rates of depression and anxiety and suicide compared to their peers. Republicans' all-out assault on health care right now has put these people into a state of constant fear and anxiety. Imagine that you're a service member, you're a parent, and you hear from a doctor that Congress has banned medically necessary care endorsed by every major medical association that would literally help save your child's life. All young people in this country should have access to the mental health care that they need. Full stop. Forcing service members to choose between being able to provide health care for their family, for their kids, or serving their country does not make our military stronger, does not make our country safer, and it will not, no matter what the member says, it will not make transgender people in this country disappear. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Independent of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255, For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate an amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Women have fought for decades to have equal opportunity in education and athletics. As the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, no one understands that fight better than I do. Unfortunately, these hard-earned rights women have fought for are now literally under assault. Misogyny disguised as acceptance has forced mediocre male athletes into women's locker rooms, forcing women to undress in front of them, robbed women of opportunities, and left some women with lifelong scars. My amendment would prohibit the superintendents of the service academies from allowing a cadet or midshipman who is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designed for females. It is an indisputable fact there are significant physical, biological, I dare say science or scientific differences between men and women. Biological men generally have greater muscle mass, bone density, cardiovascular capacity, and physical strength than women do. This is very obvious. Allowing men to compete in women's sports is patently unfair and robs women and girls of accomplishments and opportunities. Over 900 medals in women's sports have been won by biological men, stolen from women who worked hard to earn them. Women have fought hard to earn records that have been shattered by mediocre men, men pretending to be women, mentally ill men pretending to be women. This is a travesty and discourages women from competing at all. This was the case last year when multiple college women's volleyball teams forfeited rather than face a team with a biological male athlete, rather than face a traumatic brain injury when the next man hit him in the face with a volleyball. There's nothing honorable about robbing women of opportunities, invading their privacy, and jeopardizing their safety in athletic competitions. Allowing biological men to participate in women's sports is incompatible with the values of our service members, our service academies, and basic notions of fairness and good old-fashioned common sense. I urge all members to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from South Carolina reserves the balance of time. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition today to this amendment and in defense of our nation's service members. Our ranking member and the chairman have negotiated a bipartisan NDAA, which invests in military pay raises, quality of life, and many important aspects for military readiness. We should be focused on that in the National Defense Authorization Act, not another amendment bullying trans people. And if you ever needed proof that trans folks live rent-free in the minds of my GOP colleagues, then look no further than this amendment, because there are literally no known and out transgender people serving in our academies right now because of the transgender military ban. So what is this amendment all about? The GOP obsession with bullying trans people is weird. It's invasive. It's abusive, it's discriminatory, and it's dangerous to our military readiness. I want to remind my colleagues that words have power. You are standing in one of the most powerful institutions, not only in the United States, but in the world. And my colleagues are using this platform to bully a population that is vulnerable here in the United States. And I have to say, if my colleagues across the aisle are so genuinely concerned about the well-being of women serving in the military and sexual violence, how about actually addressing that? And the 45% of women who have reported that they have been sexually harassed just last year alone, or dare I say, if you're concerned about sexual violence and deviance, that you release the Epstein files. How about that? But this amendment reflects a sustained, targeted villainization of the trans community and the LGBTQ plus community that continues day after day on this floor. The trans community represents only about 1% of the population as we understand it. But you wouldn't actually think that listening to this chamber, because they're spending time that we should be talking about military readiness and our national security to bully trans people at our service academies. This has nothing to do with service to this great nation or our national security. So I say to my colleagues, let's get back to work on behalf of the American people and defend this disgusting and hateful amendment. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how much time remains?
Gentlelady has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Imagine being a woman on the floor of the House of Representatives screaming, I dare say screeching, into the microphone to put your daughter in danger, to have your daughter's scholarships, your daughter's skills, your daughter's opportunities stolen from her because some guy, some mentally ill, deranged, weird freak of a man thinks he's a woman, and because he can put on a skirt and wave his willy-nilly around in the locker room, that he somehow is equal to a woman and that he's going to take away her rights. We fought for so long for rights as women. We didn't get the right to vote until, 1919, 1920, and in fact, the state of South Carolina. We didn't elect our first Republican woman to the U.S. House of Representatives to Congress until 2020. I was sworn into office in January of 2021. We have fought hard. There are so many opportunities for women yet. We've never had a female president of the United States. I'm not going to let some guy in a skirt come around to take opportunities away from our daughters, from future leaders, a future president one day because somebody's mentally ill and thinks they can steal those opportunities away from your daughter. It's not going to happen, not on my watch, and we can start with the service academies and protecting these women who are going to fight valiantly to serve and protect our freedoms of our country, here and abroad, to make sure that opportunities are not stolen from them from the mentally ill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
He reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
I yield such time to the gentlelady as she may consume.
I recognize the gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Stansbury, for yielding. I rise today in opposition to this amendment, which would ban transgender women from participating in women's sports, but also lead to challenges on all women's bodies, making the military and academies less safe for any women to enlist, no matter who they are. Military personnel already undergo in-depth medical exams, and this amendment would allow for women and trans people to be subjected to increased and invasive targeting and harassment. Athletic associations and the service academies, they're better prepared to understand the sport they regulate, how to provide both respect for transgender people and fairness in sports. These associations and academies should be addressing this issue, not politicians, especially politicians who do not understand that trans people are not men who put on skirts. Republicans have already banned trans people from the military and the service academies via executive action, so this amendment is just another backdoor attempt to discourage transgender people from enlisting in the future while making the military less safe for all women and embedding discrimination into the law. This amendment is a classic example of politicians trying to insert themselves where they don't belong, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady yields back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. Gentlelady from South Carolina is recognized.
How much time remains?
1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to address the topic of sexual violence, particularly with my female colleagues across the aisle. I have authored dozens of bills related to sexual violence, and very few of my Democrat colleagues will sign up and co-sponsor them in a bipartisan way. And why is that? Is because I don't want men in women's spaces? Probably. Because I say the word tranny? Yeah. They don't want to protect women, except for when it makes good on their narrative. And in fact, when I gave a harrowing speech for an hour on the floor of this House on February 10th, earlier this year, not a single female colleague across the aisle, as I talked about my personal experiences with sexual violence, not one of them spoke up in defense of women who are victims and survivors of sexual violence. I find it offensive, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just remind us that we're here to talk about the National Defense Authorization Act and to stand with our service members who proudly sign up to serve this great nation, and we will continue to stand with our service members. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
We ask for a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 682, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is about one thing and one thing only: restoring biological truth, restoring biological reality, restoring science. For too long, my colleagues across the aisle have pushed the fiction which says your gender is whatever you says it is, whatever you say it is, and that you can change your mind at any time. You could be thinking. Thinking is like a gender option to some of these morons. Under 4 long years of the Biden administration, they enshrined this fiction in every facet of our government and demanded we all play along with the lie men can be women, women can be men, and people can be both, either, other, whatever they want. They can be a eunuch. So ridiculous. Perhaps they even share the delusion people can sexually identify as an attack helicopter, because apparently that is also an option for some of these maniacs. My amendment recognizes a simple fact. There are two genders. They are designated at birth, and they cannot be changed. This is basic biology. Biology 101. It's not about feelings. It's not about ideology. It's not about politics. It's not about trying to make 0.5% of the population happy for the rest of us. Under this amendment, the Secretary of War would be prohibited from collecting information for a form or survey related to gender identity. Only male and female. Those are the only two options that should be listed for questions about sex or gender, and the Secretary will be required to reject forms which list a sex or gender other than male or female. We are going to bring back common sense to the Department of War. This ideology is not harmful. It is corrosive. It has undermined women and seeks to replace objective truths with subjective fiction. It's told us we must reject the foundational truths our society has held for thousands of years. This ideology has forced institutions to adopt terms like birthing persons, pronouns, which got us into this whole mess, they, them, it, as if language itself must be bent to their radicalized ideology. They have taken what it is obvious to every civilization in human history: men are men and women are women, and turned it into a political controversy. And I say today, enough is enough. This amendment would put an end to it at the Department of War. It restores common sense and the truth at the department. And I can't believe this is even a debate we even need to have on the floor of the House. You're going to hear opposition to science today, from the people who tell you to follow science. Women are biologically distinct from men, and we love it. Every single one of my colleagues knows this truth, even if they are too afraid to say it. My colleagues across the aisle have stood too silent for too long and allowed this ideology to erase women and hand over our hard-won victories to men. This amendment ensures the Department of War recognizes these biological realities. It's more about forms and paperwork. It's about whether we will defend women or whether we will erase them. It's about whether the strongest military on earth will be grounded in reality or captured by ideology. And so I urge my colleagues to stand with the truth, stand with women, and stand with our military, and vote in favor of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized. What purpose does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Americans understand that trans people do exist, and transgender service members have served our country with distinction and honor for almost a decade. They were able to do this openly. Yet this amendment seeks to erase the existence of transgender people, whether they're service members or DoD employees, by prohibiting the Secretary of Defense from collecting information about gender identity on any form or survey. Let me be clear. Trans people do exist, and their experiences matter. Non-discrimination and inclusion are core American values. This amendment is about exclusion and erasure. Collecting data on the experiences of transgender people, at the Department of Defense is critical to addressing the challenges the community faces. Every person that steps up to serve our nation in uniform, including trans people, should be treated with the utmost respect. These service members have continuously shown that they are fit, qualified, and willing to serve. This amendment would create real obstacles for transgender people by requiring DoD systems to list the wrong gender for transgender people. Discrepancies between these systems and trans people's legal documents will cause a host of issues, including complicating background checks. This administration is already forcing transgender service members out of the military just because of who they are. The Americans I know honor everyone who has the courage to serve. They do not support kicking people out of the military, people we've invested time and millions of dollars in training into just to score political points. Just to score political points. Trump's trans military ban is cruel and shameful. Now Republicans want to add insult to injury and try to erase trans service members' existence with this amendment. Enough is enough. I'm proud to stand before this chamber and support all of our service members. I want to make it clear to every trans service member currently in the process of being forced out by this administration. My Democratic colleagues in Congress and I value your sacrifices in service to our nation. We will and will keep fighting for you because you have put your life on the line for America. You deserve the same rights and treatment as every other service members. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, how much time remains?
Gentlewoman has a minute and a half remaining.
Super. I want to say that a form that you say whether you're male or female, how you were born, what God gave you, is not an obstacle, which just goes to show, just the mere comment that filling out a form, am I male or female, that it is such a huge, ornate, objective obstacle, it's adversarial, just goes to show you how mentally ill this ideology is, that filling out a form that is biologically pure, biologically true, would trigger you. And so it goes to ask, would it trigger them so much to go shoot up a military base? Maybe. We had a tranny shoot up a school, a Catholic school, a couple weeks ago in Minnesota, killing 2 beautiful, beautiful young children because they're mentally ill. These people should not be serving in our military. And so when they accuse us of erasing trannies in the military, yes. If you are mentally ill, You don't have the right to serve. We need war fighters. We need men and women who are going to be strong on the front of our battle lines, fighting terrorism. Iran is on the march. China's nipping at our heels. Russia. We need men and women who, rather than worry about, hey, am I this, a eunuch, that, an attack helicopter, whatever gender dysphoria, whatever they have that day, is who are we going to make safe today? What freedom are we fighting for? How are we going to make Americans safe here and abroad? That is the mission. Our national security, that is the mission for the United States military, and it'll stay there with Donald Trump as president. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains?
The gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, my colleague, Ms. Simon.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the folks who are watching, for the transgender community, you are loved and respected for your resilience and for your breath. Keep pushing. I rise today in opposition to this amendment that would prohibit the Department of Defense from collecting data on gender identity. Data is not just numbers. Data is story and reflection of those lived realities of real people. And this amendment is to stop data collection, and it is clear, and it is an attempt to erase the existence of transgender service members at the Department of Defense. Without data collection, the Department of Defense cannot adequately address the challenges of lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and questioning service members that they may face. Transgender employees will have a difficult time filing equal unemployment opportunity complaints without accurate data. Employees will also have inconsistent records and incorrect gender markers in Department of Defense systems, making it harder to access health services. I'll yield back my time. Thank you so much.
Gentleman from California.
I reserve my reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to say some nice things about rising in support of a bipartisan NDAA that supports housing and healthcare and childcare, but I have sat here appalled at the language that we have heard on the House floor from the other side of the aisle. I stand in strong opposition to the person from North Carolina's amendment. I have sat listening to her violent, dangerous, and dehumanizing vendetta against parents, children, and trans people trying to live their lives and trying to defend our country. This is a pattern of the unhinged political war on trans people that this person from North Carolina, the Republican Party, and the president are waging. Denying the ability of out trans folks to serve in our military isn't enough for these people. The person from North Carolina is trying to erase the existence of trans people from forms, from hallways, from our military, and choosing violence.
All times expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded
What
vote.
purpose does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 17, printed in Part A of House Report 119255. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member opposed Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment is straightforward. It would ensure the use of sex-specific spaces such as bathrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms on military installations is based on biological sex, not ideology. Women in uniform deserve dignity, privacy, and absolute safety. Protecting women's spaces shouldn't be partisan, it should be common sense, but under the Biden administration, the federal government decided to abandon common sense. It allowed men to enter women's spaces and violate their privacy and violate their dignity. Under President Trump, the government has restored basic biological truth. Men are men and women are women. I applaud the president for his commitment to protecting women, but a future administration could bring us right back to this insanity. The Biden administration sacrificed the dignity and safety of women to appease radical gender lunatic ideology. Our women in uniform shouldn't be forced to suffer indignities to appease the insane policies of the other side of the aisle, all the Democrats who support this nonsense. Allowing delusional men to use women's restrooms, locker rooms, changing rooms is an affront to women, and it's reckless. In Virginia, a registered sex offender with more than a dozen convictions was allowed to use the women's changing room by claiming he was a woman. For 6 months, he exposed himself to women and kids. This is who the left is defending today. Pedophiles and men that want to go in women's spaces and rape them, assault them, and expose themselves to little girls and our daughters. In California, a 17-year-old girl was terrorized by the presence of a man in her locker room while she showered. In Georgia, a 51-year-old man pretending to be a woman undressed in the women's restroom and exposed himself to shoppers. In Virginia, a girl was sexually assaulted by a biological male in a women's bathroom. In Oklahoma, a young woman was beaten for daring to say she was uncomfortable sharing a bathroom with a man. This is not theoretical. These aren't just random incidents. This is an epidemic. They are the natural, predictable consequence of policies which pretend biology doesn't matter. These are the policies of the left, the policies of Democrats that say follow the science, except for women, we don't care about you, we hate you, we want to take everything away from you. We won't follow the science on this one. We've opened the door for predators to abuse women and girls, our daughters. Our daughters are growing up with something we never had to distinguish when our generation was growing up. We're putting our daughters in imminent danger, in harm's way, and this has to stop. Women shouldn't be forced to share their private spaces with men, and this amendment says we're going back to reality. Privacy and safety matters, dignity matters, women matter, and I encourage my colleagues to protect all women. And I urge all members to support this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to myself such time as I may consume. Trans people, including trans service members, deserve basic human dignity and common decency of safely using the restroom. But besides that, let's take the gentle lady's point at face value. She wants to protect women. Great. So do I. Bathroom bans do not protect women. The Williams Institute at the UCLA School of Law even did a study on it. And there is zero evidence that allowing trans people to use the correct bathroom increases the risk to others. In fact, it's actually opposite. We have seen that cis women are harassed when people try and enforce or decree bathroom bans. Earlier this year, at a Buffalo Wild Wings in Minnesota, a server followed a teenage girl into the women's restroom and demanded she prove she was a girl. When the server didn't believe her, she unzipped her hoodie to show she had breasts. That is the actual reality of bathroom bans and even the idea of bathroom bans: harassment, discrimination, and body exams. We don't need service members acting like vigilantes to enforce this policy either by surveillance, profiling, or physical inspections. Our service women go through enough. We shouldn't be inviting even more harassment. And we don't need this amendment opening up the Pentagon and the entire US government to a massive lawsuit. This isn't good policy. This doesn't protect women. This is based on misinformation, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
How much time remains?
2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ironic that my colleague says that women are harassed going into the bathroom. Well, that might be because nobody wants a transgender, tranny person in the bathroom with them. No one wants biological men in women's spaces. And because of this wacko ideology, not based in science, is now pervasive. We're teaching it in schools. We're forcing kids to use pronouns. And we want to protect women because the left has gone so far. Not just the left. This is mainstream Democrat policy going after our girls. And you heard my colleague say there's no evidence. Literally after I read evidence of incidences of trannies in private spaces assaulting women and underage girls, our daughters, kids, they say no evidence exists. That's because Democrats will not show you or tell you or share with you the facts. But the average American, we see it every day now. It's everywhere. And people are sick and tired of it. And if they want this harassment to stop, then the trannies need to stop harassing the rest of America. This is not what the American people want. It's not what they voted for. And they say that our service members, our service women in uniform go through enough. You're right. That's why we don't want this happening. That's why we want to protect them. In their most intimate moments in the dressing room, no man should be watching them. And they talk about lawsuits. We don't want more lawsuits. I find it ironic because it's Democrats who sue states and sue Republican parties over congressional lines and apportionment and all those things that tie our U.S. elections up in lawsuits. It's their party, not ours. We're just fighting back, and we're going to protect every woman and girl, every single daughter in the United States, but particularly for our service members, our women in uniform. The Republican Party is the party of common sense. We're the party of normal. We're the party of women. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Republicans have a series of amendments targeting trans people and the ability of service member parents to make decisions about the health care for their children. All of these amendments, including this one, do not do anything to make us safer or to honor our commitment to the servicemen and women who are willing to give their lives to this country. These amendments are part of a culture war that is intended to make Americans angry, divided, and fearful. They want to rename it the Department of War because they are in a war against the idea that the American life is something that includes all of us, that we can all belong. Their proposed facilities ban is a huge violation of privacy and would make all women and girls less safe. Will Republicans require menstrual monitoring, checking reproductive organs, as has happened, as my colleague pointed out? Girls and women who are tall, strong, and gender nonconforming are already being questioned and yelled at. Republicans seem to always want to dictate from D.C. what we can do with our bodies, and that's not freedom. I stand with all our service members, including our trans service members, who are willing to fight and die for our freedoms. I'm going to fight for their freedom to be who they are, to fight for an America where we all belong. We should not be at war with each other. We all belong. I yield back.
The gentlelady from New Mexico yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
May I inquire how much time is left?
The gentlelady has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that I think it's very interesting that my colleague from South Carolina is so obsessed with the issue of trans people, using horrible slurs to talk about them, when many people in this body have received gender-affirming care. Filler is gender-affirming care. Boob jobs is gender-affirming care. Botox is gender-affirming care. Lots of my colleagues have received gender-affirming care, and let me be clear, I think everyone should have access to the gender-affirming care that they need, and I think we should respect everybody in this country. With that, I yield back.
The gentle...
Ridiculous.
You are absolutely
Gentlelady
ridiculous.
Lady is not recognized. Order. The House will be in order. The gentlelady and the gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The gentlelady is not recognized. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. The House will be in order.
Mr. Chair,
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I request her
Pursuant
words
to
be
Clause
taken.
6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from South Carolina will be postponed. Recognized. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I request her words be taken down.
The gentlelady was not recognized for that purpose. For debate. The House will be in order. There is no one that is recognized. The chair is prepared to move on and recognize the next amendment. It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to address the no flag discretion by base commanders.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would pass the House, the NDAA, last year, would ensure that base commanders follow federal law by ensuring that only approved flags be flown on military installations. Patriotic Americans understand that the American flag is to be revered. Anybody who has served understands the sacrifice that has been made to keep Old Glory flying. And on military bases, it is truly sacred, this symbolic altar of the nation. During morning and evening colors, all work ceases as troops salute her, raising and lowering. In battle, our forces carry her, wearing them proudly on their sleeves. And she serves as the final blanket for soldiers who come home having given and paid the last full measure. The 2024 NDAA rightly addressed this issue by codifying an appropriate list of approved flags that uphold the honor and dignity of our military is built on. However, there is a glaring error. A caveat built into the list gives commanders the ability to fly any flag they deem appropriate. And since President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have taken office, the woke infiltration of our military, even at its highest leaders, continues to be exposed. The embarrassment of these flags are hard to grasp. Drag shows on ships and military installations, base security training teaching guards that pro-life bumper stickers were indicators of possible terrorism, and taxpayer-funded gender transition and the hormone treatments that kept soldiers non-deployable for non-trainable for years. The list goes on, but the points remain. Even still, there are senior officials and officers that refuse to mount the portraits of President Trump and Secretary Hegseth on their chain of command due to insubordination. Believe me, these individuals will not last long in our armed forces. But I ask you, do you think that commanders that approved and even encouraged all of this to happen would exist or hesitate before deeming a pride trans flag appropriate for the month of June? Of course not. And it would likely be their idea in the first place. Finally, I want to emphasize the power of symbolism. Symbols serve as a representation of our values, priorities, and our identity. When a company completes a grueling training hike and sees that flag flying over their garrison, it symbolizes home. And I promise you that that last mile may feel like a sprint to get to that cloth. When a platoon returns from a patrol and re-enters the wire, she symbolizes safety. Imagine what our enemies would think, that our strength and resiliency if we ever allow flags flown contrary to the principles of America. I promise you that as much as this stands as the military standard, it also serves as a deterrence to our adversaries. Therefore, I invite my colleagues to vote yes on this important measure and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chairman, I do not understand why my colleagues across the aisle are so triggered by a piece of cloth. Yet here we are, for the third year in a row, voting to ban the pride flag from spaces at the Department of Defense. Nearly half of the House Republicans' FY26 appropriation bills include bans on the pride flag as well. I don't know what they think this flag does. The pride flag did not make me gay, and it will not make DoD employees gay either. And what displaying a pride flag does do, however, is send an important signal to LGBTQI plus people that they belong. And you know, our Department of Defense, what does it exist for but to defend America, to defend all Americans, to defend the dignity, rights, and freedom of all Americans. And so what the flag does do is send an important signal that LGBTQI people belong. Displaying pride flags is a way for service members and DoD civilian employees to show that they are committed to creating an affirming and inclusive environment for LGBTQI plus people, or a way to celebrate their own identity. It does not indicate to exclude anybody else for what they may believe in. And at a time when the LGBTQI plus community is under attack, displaying a pride flag is especially important. It is particularly offensive that Republicans are seeking to ban this flag at DoD, given that one of the earliest pride flags was created by a former U.S. military officer, Gilbert Baker. Mr. Chairman, I believe the American people are fair. They support inclusion, and I think they view amendments like this, dictating to federal employees and troops what flags they can have at their workstations, as both ridiculous and extreme government overreach. We should be focused on strengthening our military readiness, not censoring the LGBTQI plus community and our allies. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that was just said by our colleague across the row that I can actually agree with is inclusivity. And what is more inclusive than the American flag, the flag that we all honor as American patriots? The one thing that we know about the pride flag is it represents only one portion of those who serve. That is not called inclusivity, sir. That is called division. That is why this is the first time since the previous administration took over, we've actually hit our recruitment numbers in every single branch, something you can't say when it comes to the last administration's efforts. So what I look at is this, the 1777 Flag Act, the fact that we actually stand for something that unifies us, not divides us, the fact that we need to get back to meritocracy, not division through diversity, equity, and inclusion. Mr. Speaker, this is very simple. It's a patriotic stance. The very flag which stands behind you, that stands proud in this Capitol, are the same ones that sits over presidents, over our fallen soldiers, and over our military installations. That's not division. That's not recognition of others' sexual preferences. That's the actual acknowledgement of what we fight for day in and day out as Americans. With that, I reserve the rest of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would say in response to the gentleman, the pride flag does not replace the American flag. It is flown at certain times of the year, and it affirms a huge portion, a significant portion of our military. Yes, I agree the American flag is inclusive, but we can also show that we can include an often disparaged minority. I'd like to yield 1 minute of time to my colleague, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this cruel and callous amendment. There are 20 days until the government shuts down, 8 legislative days. And what are Republicans focused on? Flags, pride flags. Republicans are spending valuable floor time, time that could be used by the government to lower costs for working families.
The gentlelady will suspend. Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? For what purpose?
to identify the fact that that flag violates our House rules by flying any other flag but the American flag.
The chair will remind members, Speaker's announced policy prohibits flag waving on the floor.
I am not waving it, Mr.
The
Speaker.
gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. We are
Mr. Speaker,
we are
simply not
spending
waving the flag,
valuable
but presenting
time,
it.
time that could
The gentlelady is recognized.
could be used to fund the government or lower costs for working families. Trying to ban the display of pride flags in any workplace or common area at the Department of Defense. This obsession with attacking, dehumanizing, and villainizing our LGBTQIA+ community is as sick as it is a waste of time. Trump is using the same tired playbook authoritarian regimes have used throughout history. He is dehumanizing our most vulnerable to divide us and distract us from the fact that his failure to meaningfully improve the lives of the people he was elected to serve. We see this for what it is, and we refuse to let them win. We will not erase the LGBTQIA community.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I want to be very clear in this. They, on the other side, may think that we can out-pronoun our enemies and that's going to keep our adversaries at bay, but we can he, him, they, them, she, her all day long. That is not what makes us strong as America. It is the flag in which we wear, the training in which we have, and the meritocracy which should always exist. I will continue to fight for every member of our armed services and every single person to know that is the American flag which will fly high and proud, and we will defend her against all enemies, foreign and domestic. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute. You have 1 minute remaining.
I have 1 minute remaining. Oh, thank you. Let me just say that I don't understand why the other side believes that LGBTQ people are such a threat to recognize their service in the military, to acknowledge, to allow a flag to be displayed at a workstation or to be flown during Pride Month in certain areas. We are a country of inclusion. We are a country, home of the land of the free and home of the brave. And that should include all of us. And there's no reason why to think that the fact that we had a policy of inclusion, that we had pride flags at the Department of Defense, that was the reason why we were falling short of our recruitment goals. There was something else going on there. This is all crazy talk, and that's why I think more and more Americans think it's the Republican Party that has gone too far with its very extreme views about LGBTQI+ people and defense. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate on this issue has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 19 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise as the designee for the gentleman from Ohio, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentlelady from Georgia and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my friend and colleague, Congressman Warren Davidson from Ohio, who's a proud Army Ranger, and I am offering his amendment to prohibit the Department of War from researching or procuring lab-grown meat. This amendment prohibits the Department of War funding from being used on the research, production, advancement, or enhancement of cell-cultured meat, which is fake meat. It's not even real meat. Over the years, climate activists have tried to push experimental food alternatives on the American public. The latest product they are peddling to us is cell-cultured fake meat. What's worse is they have been trying to push this experimental product on our U.S. service members like they are lab rats, all in an attempt to put America's ranchers and farmers out of business. Our great men and women in our military are not lab rats, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, the Defense Department announced up to $500 million in grant funding for the development of lab-grown meat products. In case anyone at home is wondering if this is real, yes, it was real and it happened. Last year, small farms and mom-and-pop operations across the country raised their voices in outrage against this ill-considered initiative. We won and got the DoD to back off on trying to put our farmers out of business while trying to feed our soldiers fake, poisonous garbage. It is now time to codify this win into law, and it's important to do so with the fiscal year 26 NDAA. That's why this amendment is so important. A product this experimental has many unresolved safety and environmental concerns. These products are not yet approved for retail sale in grocery stores. It should not be tested on our brave service members who put their lives at stake for this country. I urge the adoption of this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady, for what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in opposition to Amendment 20, which would place blanket statutory ban on any DoD research, development, procurement, or promotion when it comes to cultivated cell-based meat. Let's be clear, this isn't about whether the Pentagon is going to serve cultivated meat tomorrow. It's about whether we let our military continue doing what it has always done best, and that's preparing for the future. Readiness has always been America's edge. Our military leads the world because we don't close doors, we open them. We evaluate every tool, every technology, every option that might keep our service members better supplied and better prepared for future missions. This amendment does just the opposite. It ties our hands. It says, don't even consider it. Meanwhile, China has already made cultivated meat a national priority in its 5-year plan, scaling up production, while countries like Singapore, Israel, Australia, and the UK are moving forward as well. If cultivated meat helps deliver cheaper, scalable protein solutions worldwide, do we really want China setting the standards, dominating the intellectual property, and reaping the jobs this burgeoning industry creates? I have spoken directly with senior DoD officials who have shared with me the potential benefits cultivated meat could bring to readiness, from operating in harsh bases to sustaining missions where supply lines are contested or disrupted. Keeping the option open for DoD research and evaluation ensures we remain competitive and ensures U.S. leadership in the broader protein biotech space that underpins global supply chains. Voting no on this amendment preserves the military's discretion. Let me say that again. Preserves the military's discretion to explore a technology that could strengthen readiness, create U.S. jobs, and help maintain our competitive edge. This ban doesn't save money. It doesn't improve readiness. All it does is close off technology others are racing to develop, while handing China a free lane in a strategic biotech domain. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment to ensure DoD can test, validate, or reject technology on the merits, not because of short-sighted anti-science ideology. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves her time. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's so interesting to listen to my Democrat colleague across the aisle talk about China and how China made cultivated meat a national priority, and so we should too. That's pretty shocking. Don't forget that the COVID virus was made in Wuhan, China, released upon the world, and look at the consequences from that. Never forget it was the Democrats that were all about forcing poisonous vaccines into people's bodies against their will. And we saw the devastating impacts on that on many military members. Myocarditis, nerve conditions, heart problems, heart attacks, and many reported issues, not just on the military, but the American people. As a matter of fact, there's vaccine injuries and deaths that have not been investigated to this day. But now Democrats want to continue to force our great men and women in the military to eat fake, lab-grown meat. That's repulsive and disgusting. I can tell you right now, myself along with my Republican colleagues want to feed our great men and women in the military ribeyes and those that are grown right here on good old USA farms. I think our men and women in the military, in order to quote my colleague across the aisle, have readiness, to be ready and prepared for war, they need to be as healthy and fit as possible. And I would argue that lab-grown, disgusting fake meat is not going to make them ready, not going to make them healthy, not going to make them fit, and not going to make them the best possible shape they can be in to go to war. God forbid they go to war. I don't want to see them go to war either. You know, they talk about this fake meat being a tool or an option to keep them better supplied. I think it's repulsive. I think it's an insult. And I can't imagine anyone signing up for the military saying, I can't wait to eat a big old portion of nasty lab-grown fake meat. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized. For informational purposes, you will have 1.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just say that, yes, I want to be competitive with China's military and their readiness, first and foremost. Second, our DoD officials are talking about the future. They're not talking about today. They're talking about preparedness for the future. If you want a ribeye steak, cultivated meats can create that, and I assure you it will be delicious. And they will love it. They will not know the difference. Our military will not know the difference. Look, if we take this even out of the military, this is about investing in a new industry in our country that both Democrats and Republicans support, because it is an opportunity for us to move and lead this, as opposed to having China or Singapore or Israel or Australia who are already leading in this. We want to be competitive in the global marketplace. We want our military to be ready. This is about the future. This is about research. This is about science saying it's either good or it's bad. But to move forward with the research so that we know what our options are for the future, for our military who might be deployed on an offshore island somewhere where there's no access to food whatsoever except for what they can develop. I yield back.
The gentlelady from California yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for her 1 minute remaining.
My Democrat colleague across the aisle just said it's about the science. Boy, where have we heard that one before? I think everyone in the country remembers the past few years of forced mandated COVID vaccines. When it becomes about the science and not about feeding our men and women in the military good, cultivated, real meat, then it's a serious problem. Being competitive with China, according to the Democrats, means being just like China, a communist country that America should never be like at all. Mr. Speaker, I'll finish this. When Democrats are saying that they won't know the difference when they're being fed fake meat versus real meat and they'll love it, I think that's the most terrifying thing we can hear. Mr. Speaker, I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I yield.
The gentlelady from Georgia yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my friend, Mr. Panetta, and Mr. Carvajal from the Democratic Party for being sponsor of this amendment as well, making it bipartisan. My amendment authorized the Secretary of Defense to carry out security assistance program known as the Baltic Security Initiative for purposes of expanding security cooperation with the armed force of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. This assistance program has been in existence since the first Trump administration in fiscal year 2020. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to yield 1 minute to my friend, Salud Carvajal.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Scott. Thank you. In the spirit of bipartisanship, I rise to speak in support of my colleague from Georgia's amendment to authorize the Baltic Security Initiative. This amendment comes up at a crucial time. Just last week, the administration announced the U.S. would be pulling out of all security assistance programs for Europe, including the BSI. I have had the privilege of traveling to the Baltics. When you speak with the people there, it is not a question of if Russia will invade. It's a matter of when. Now is the time to stand firm in our support of these allied nations to detour Russian aggression. What type of signal does cutting support send to the Kremlin? Cutting off the BSI is a massive gift to Putin. Deterring a war between Russia and NATO is in our best national security interest. I urge a yes vote. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute and a half to Mr. Turner from Ohio.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Scott for offering this amendment. This is incredibly important to secure the funding for the Baltic Security Initiative. The Baltic Security Initiative, which has assisted the states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, important NATO allies which have contributed well above the 2% NATO benchmark and who have committed to reach the 5% GDP of defense spending in the upcoming years are vulnerable NATO allies. We are debating this amendment at a time where Russia's bombs have just fallen upon NATO ally Poland. It is important that we secure this funding. The Baltic states have contributed about $10 for every dollar of U.S. funding that has gone into the Baltic Security Initiative. Why this is important is this is the U.S. portion of funding for training that has been the U.S. participation as part of Baltic exercises in the area that has ensured and been a part of deterrence to say to Russia, we will be there, we're part of the NATO alliance and ensuring that the Baltics will be secured. It has also been a statement against Russian aggression as we've been trying to secure and make a statement as they have been attacking with their murderous attacks against Ukraine, as we've also been trying to stand up and ensure that as they look to expand and threaten Poland, that we'll be there for them. I yield. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
To speak upon the amendment.
Does the gentleman wish to speak in opposition to the amendment?
No.
The gentleman is not recognized with...
Mr.
Does the gentleman from
Speaker, how much,
Georgia...
may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman from Missouri technically claimed time in opposition to the amendment,
without objection,
he could then speak in favor of the amendment.
I claim the time in opposition, though I'm not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
We must continue to stand with our Baltic allies who remain on the front lines of Russian aggression. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are strong democratic partners that contribute significantly to NATO's collective defense. What we saw last night is a reminder of why this amendment is so critical. Vladimir Putin's aggression will not end with Ukraine. His goal is to reassert control over the former Soviet sphere, including NATO allies like the Baltic states. Yet what is concerning is the current administration has already announced plans to suspend key European security programs, including the Baltic Security Initiative. And this is not peace through strength. It is weakness that plays directly into Putin's hands. Turning our backs on NATO allies would embolden dictators and further undermine American credibility. Walking away would send a dangerous signal to Putin and Xi Jinping. We cannot strip away resources from allies confronting Russian aggression or leave a vacuum for our enemies to exploit. Instead, we must reaffirm our commitment, strengthen our alliances, and provide the tools our partners need to deter aggression and defend democracy. I am proud to co-sponsor this bipartisan amendment. I am proud to stand with our Baltic allies and with Ukraine in the fight for freedom and global democracy.
Does the gentleman yield back? The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize Mr. Bacon, the gentleman from Nebraska, for a minute and a half.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for a minute and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I 100% support the Baltic Security Initiative. All three countries are our best friends. They embrace freedom, democracy, free markets, and the rule of law, and no one has embraced our values like these Baltic states. These countries are on the front lines with Russia. They see the treachery of the Russia's invasion of Ukraine and know very well they could be next. Why don't the political appointees of the Pentagon see this? It is clear to most that this is the case. Every family in the Baltics knows someone shot by the Soviets or sent to Siberia to die. They have this experience. And the Baltic people know the harsh reality of living under the Russian thumb and know that they could be next if Ukraine falls. The Baltic leads the way on defense spending. They spend more defense per GDP than the United States. They spent more on Ukraine per GDP than us. This amendment is necessary because there are some appointees in the Pentagon who have embraced a foolish policy of decoupling from Europe and weakening our leadership in NATO. And we got to stand opposed. We need to do our Article I powers today and be counted what we believe in. What happens if we withdraw from the Baltics? Well, first, no one will be more happy than Russia's Putin. Secondly, deterrence will be weakened and war in Europe becomes more likely if we withdraw. So strong support for the Baltic Security Initiative is a vote for deterrence. It's a vote to stand by our allies and to oppose a dictator who's invading its neighbors. I yield.
From Nebraska yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. May I inquire how much time is left?
The gentleman has 30 seconds left. The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely important program. It was originally done in fiscal year 2020 under the Trump administration. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, they deserve our support. And if you look at what happened last night with the Russian incursion of drones into Poland, I think it is now more than ever necessary that we make sure that these countries have what they need to defend themselves from Vladimir Putin's aggression.
Does the gentleman yield back? The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 22, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment prohibits the assistance to Ukraine and the NDAA. This bill provides approximately $700 million in funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative over fiscal year 2026 and 2027 for training, equipment, lethal assistance, supplies and services, and intelligence support to the military and national security forces of Ukraine. The administration has even raised strong objections against extending the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative and authorizing additional funding for it. Yet somehow the NDAA contains $700 million. The administration said, and this comes from the letter from the Office of the OMB, the administration strongly objects to Sections 1223 and 1227 as these provisions extend the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative and authorize additional funding. Similarly, the administration objects to Section 1224, which requires the creation of depot-level maintenance plan in conjunction with the Ukrainian government. Furthermore, the administration strongly objects to Section 1228, which usurps the administration's authority to dictate the terms of its intelligence support to the Ukrainian government. These four provisions do not advance the administration's objective to end the conflict in Ukraine. That's the key point. The administration wants to end the conflict in Ukraine. Ukraine is not a NATO member nation. We're not contractually bound to provide their protection. And need I remind everyone here that we're $37 trillion in debt. $37 trillion. We should not have to be sending more American tax dollars over to defend Ukraine and the people of Ukraine when Ukrainians themselves are coming to our country and getting murdered on trains, subway trains. Irina Zarutska was brutally murdered by an American man as she was riding on a subway train. Yet we're sending $700 million more to Ukraine. The American people would like that $700 million spent here to keep people safe and stop senseless, insane murders. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
This amendment would be very destructive to achieving peace in Ukraine. I agree with the gentlelady. That should be the goal. But what has been clear for quite some time is that Putin will only stop his war when it is clear that he cannot achieve his objectives in Ukraine. President Trump showing weakness on that issue, literally rolling out the red carpet for Putin, has only made the war worse. Ever since President Trump has tried to blame the war on Zelensky and Ukraine, Putin has ramped up the war, launching more aggressive attacks than he ever has in the 3.5 years of the war, and most recently, sending drones over Poland as well. Weakness invites aggression. And I know the proponent of this amendment says that many, many times, but apparently doesn't recognize weakness when she sees it. That is what cutting off Ukraine does. You want to stop the war, back the 53-nation coalition that is supporting Ukraine and making it clear to Putin he's not going to win. That forces him to the peace table. Showing weakness, backing off, undermining the coalition only extends the war. Please defeat this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the American people have war fatigue. Not just war fatigue, they're absolutely fed up. Absolutely fed up with funding foreign wars, defending foreign nations' borders, while here in America, many cities are completely unsafe and senseless murders go on and on. My amendment would reorient defense policies and priorities to America only by prohibiting all assistance to Ukraine. This lines up completely what Trump's administration has asked for. For some reason, Congress has decided they want to keep funding the war, funding the killing in Ukraine. To date, Congress has provided U.S. taxpayers have provided over $175 billion in assistance to Ukraine, including direct military aid, funding for their government, and essentially funding for their entire economy. Mind you, this was while American businesses were shut down during COVID lockdowns, and our border was completely overrun. Everyone needs to understand it wasn't Putin killing Americans, it was the cartels killing Americans and insane murderers and criminals on our own city streets in our own country. I'm going to remind everyone, the American people are broke, and the people in this room are responsible for that on both sides of the aisle. $37 trillion in debt is no joke. And I say that on behalf of my children's generation, and they're all in their 20s. So I want to know, how deep are we going to continue digging the grave to bury our children and our grandchildren? I'll have no part of it. I reserve.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, sadly, the gentlelady has had a big part of it, just voted for a budget that would add $4 trillion to the debt. So I don't know that that's a particularly consistent position. But with that, I will yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand 100% opposed to this amendment. I'm a Reagan and Eisenhower Republican, a post-World War II conservative. I believe in peace through strength, strong allies, that we're the world's leader in defense of freedom, and we do not cower to bullies. Russia invaded Ukraine because it wants what they call little Russians to be their vassal state. Ukrainians have suffered for decades and centuries under Russia. 4 million Ukrainians killed alone in the 1930s, purposefully. A Ukrainian victory is in our national security interest. A thriving Ukraine that is a democracy with free markets is in our national security interest. If Ukraine falls, then you can assume Moldova, Georgia, and others will also fall. Russia will also threaten the Baltic countries. Our military aid is necessary and cost-effective. If we lose here, it will cost a lot more. We have to remind ourselves the Russians are bombing cities every single day, kidnapping kids, murdering POWs. We got to stand on the right side of this issue. We are on the side of freedom. It's not conservative to appease Putin, nor is it conservative to have a lack of moral clarity who's at fault at this war. And it's not a conservative position to embrace isolationism. So with that, I stand with 2/3 of America, and I oppose this amendment.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized. Does the gentleman reserve?
Well, I would inquire as to how much time is left.
The gentleman has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will push back on what my Republican colleague just said. Ukraine is not our national security interest. Our national debt is a matter of national security for United States of American citizens. I reserve.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would have our nation turn its back on the brave people of Ukraine in their greatest hour of need by cutting off all military assistance. As we stand here today, Russia's illegal invasion, which is now in its 4th year, is intensifying to the highest levels of the war, despite all the oily, phony, happy talk coming from Vladimir Putin about seeking peace. On Sunday, Russia launched the largest drone assault of the war with 805 drones, 13 cruise missiles, killing 5 people and hitting the Ukraine cabinet ministry. The Tuesday before, a glide bomb killed 23 Ukrainians. Just last night, Russia and Belarusian drones made 19 hits in sovereign Polish airspace, scrambling NATO F-35s and F-16s to fend off civilian casualties. It was Ukraine's Air Force that alerted their neighbors in Poland to these blatantly illegal incursions, demonstrating Ukraine's commitment to protecting not only their own population, but to the rest of Europe. If this amendment were to pass, it would cripple not only Ukraine's legal right to defend itself, but also our NATO treaty allies. I yield.
Yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I missed that part in my civic lessons, and pretty much every single United States map I've ever seen where Ukraine is the 51st state. In fact, it's not. And it's shameful that in the United States House of Representatives, more United States members of Congress fight for money and fight for the defense of a foreign country than they actually fight for their own people. I think members of Congress should have to wear sponsors like NASCAR race cars have to wear for which country they represent and which industry that they are shilling for. Mr. Speaker, I urge the adoption of my amendment. No more money to Ukraine. Let's end the war. I yield.
Yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
No more money for Ukraine will not end the war, and this is absolutely in the interests of the United States national security. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose this amendment. Russia is murdering innocent civilians in Ukraine. Our support to Ukraine opposes Russia's murderous aggression. Ukraine is fighting on the front lines against Russian aggression. Vladimir Putin is threatening NATO's eastern flank, including the Balkans. Russian drones have flown over Poland. It is unbelievable that after Poland has been threatened, that today we are even debating this amendment. It has been warned that U.S. disengagement in Ukraine would fracture NATO unity, undermine deterrence, and invite broader conflict in Europe. We should oppose this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized. You have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close. I agree with all the arguments that were made. I think the most crucial point here is the United States of America is the most economically powerful country in the history of the world. And that has been the case since the end of World War II. A large part of that is because of our efforts to work with the rest of the world to maintain peace and security. Sadly, it just doesn't end at our borders. Peace and security in the world is in the best interest of the American people, and we see the economic prosperity we have enjoyed because of it. That is what Ukraine is about and why we should continue to support them. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment strikes funding for overseas humanitarian disaster and civic aid program. My amendment strikes $115 million in foreign aid funding to the overseas humanitarian disaster and civic aid programs of the Department of Defense. The War Department. You see, the United States government is not a charity, and the American people are some of the most generous people in the world, all by themselves, without the government taking their hard-earned tax dollars and sending it to wherever they want. You see, this account funds 3 different programs. Humanitarian assistance helps nations with disaster preparedness, public health support, basic infrastructure support. Humanitarian Mine Action Program provides assistance to nations to help them safely eliminate unexploded mines. Disaster relief supports disaster relief in foreign countries. 2023 and 2024, the department provided support for responses in Haiti, Turkey, northern Syria, Philippines, Libya, and Gaza. And while we're compassionate to people around the world suffering from national disasters and many other issues, Think of our own national disasters and problems that we face here in our own homeland. Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Milton, the Lahaina wildfires, the LA wildfires, the Texas flooding, the opioid epidemic, and in Northwest Georgia, the drinking water is also polluted with forever chemicals. These are the issues that the American people care about. These are the issues that the American people pay their taxes for. And $115 million shouldn't be sent to go sit in an account somewhere, ready to go pay money off to every foreign country and every foreign country need. We're $37 trillion in debt, and I cannot believe that we can't cut spending here in this body that has created that debt. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I think basically what this amendment says, as the gentlelady was saying, we are a compassionate nation. She's saying she wishes we weren't, basically. We need to stop being a compassionate nation. And this is $115 million. I will remind everybody that the budget bill that the gentlelady and the sponsor of this amendment voted for added $4 trillion to the debt. Why don't we start there? There's a basic argument here. Why does the U.S. engage in foreign aid? There's 4 real arguments to that. Number 1, economics. We, again, are the most economically powerful nation in the world. We have the largest economy. We've benefited the most. If we can help other countries generate economies, we have access to those markets. They will buy our stuff. It grows our economy. It has worked spectacularly well for 80 years. Number 2, disease and health. Sadly, those things don't know borders. Ebola, a variety of different other diseases can spread and come back here. So if we work with the rest of the world to prevent it before it comes here, that is to our benefit. Third is a matter of national security and safety. 9/11 happened because things were going wrong in other parts of the world, and they came here. And it absolutely impacted people in the United States of America. The idea that this has no impact on our citizens doesn't matter, just fails to recognize it is not the 19th century anymore. It is a globally connected world that impacts us. And the last argument I would make America great again. We're supposed to be the most compassionate nation. We run around the world telling everybody how great we are, how much we're better than everybody else in the world. And this amendment basically says, screw you, we don't care. We should be a great nation. We should be willing to set aside $115 million in a $14 trillion economy to help other parts of the world that are less fortunate than us. If we want to make that claim, then we ought to live up to it to at least this tiny, tiny little degree. This is a heartless, uncompassionate amendment. Please defeat it. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're $37 trillion in debt. Fiscal year 2024 was the first year that the U.S. spent more on interest payments than on national defense. Spending on interest was more than all the money spent on veterans, education, and transportation combined. That's for America, not the rest of the world. Interest costs will keep rising, crowding out other priorities, and not only burden future generations, but cripple them. 300 Americans die every single day from drug overdoses. And in 2024, 17.6 veterans committed suicide every single day, and there were over 30,000 homeless veterans. These are American problems. These are the issues we should be spending Americans' hard-earned tax dollars on instead of shoving them off and just saying, we can't wait to give American money to the rest of the world for whatever they need. But yet we kick Americans right in the face and say, no, no money for you. According to the Department of Education, 85% of black students lack proficiency in mathematics and reading skills. 40% of high schools in Baltimore did not have a single student score proficiently in math in 2023. Not a single student. But we got to send another $115 million for somebody else's flood or problem or issue that because, you know, God forbid, the government not jump in and send money to foreign countries. This is a shame, and this is hurting America. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The Overseas Humanitarian Disaster and Civic Aid account empowers the U.S. to be a global first responder, advancing our humanitarian goals and strategic interests at the same time. This fund makes humanitarian responses possible that otherwise wouldn't be. It enables the quick delivery of food, water, shelter, medical supplies, and transportation during natural disasters or humanitarian crises in areas that are too hard for NGOs and other U.S. agencies to reach as quickly. That means more lives saved. This account also is used to fund the removal of dangerous landmines and other unexploded ordnance that could harm civilians, something I know the amendment sponsor has been vocal about in the past. And this fund helps showcase the U.S. military in a positive light, leading with our values and capabilities while strengthening partnerships and alliances. For example, just a few years ago, ODACA provided critical humanitarian assistance to Afghan special immigrant visa applicants after the collapse of the Afghan government. Compared to the rest of the defense budget, the ODACA's budget is modest, but its impact is huge. It yields massive returns in lives saved, crises stabilized, and partnerships strengthened. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
The gentlelady from California yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, $115 million is a lot of money, especially when our interest is bigger than our own military budget. We have a serious crisis right now, and it's our national debt. And the American people have been through unbelievable crises. Hurricanes, have been through wildfires, every kind of national disaster you can natural disaster you can imagine, but also disasters caused by our own government. And yet the people in this room are tone deaf, absolutely tone deaf. If it were up to my Democrat colleagues, they would just keep digging the hole of debt and sending all of the hard-earned money here in America overseas for every single issue there is. I'll reiterate, Americans donate more money to worldwide charities than any other country on earth. And so if Americans want to be able to check a box on their IRS tax return that says, here's some extra money I want to send over for humanitarian aid, by God, let them do it. But they shouldn't be forced to do it at gunpoint, and this body should not force them to do that. Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I mean, there's two aspects to this. One is a budget debate. And it's fascinating. We're having this passionate debate about $115 million. And we didn't apparently have that debate when we passed the budget resolution that the sponsor of this amendment voted for that added $4 trillion to the debt. All those passionate speeches about the debt, the deficit, and its impacts, absolutely real. But how can you ignore that? Vote for the $4 trillion debt, and they're all passionate about $115 million. Also, it is not true that we do nothing for the American people. It's a somewhere around $6.5 trillion budget. There's $115 million, all right? So let's not act like we're not funding those other priorities. We are funding those other priorities. And then the second piece of this is, does this benefit the United States of America to spend this money to help the rest of the world deal with disasters? As I explained earlier, it 100% does. Would it make sense for us to do, as the gentlelady has suggested we're doing, to fund every single crisis all around the world? No, it wouldn't, and we don't. We spend $115 million to try to help the rest of the world with public health disasters and natural disasters, which does benefit us. So all of the arguments about the debt and the deficit, please don't take those seriously from a group of people who just voted for increasing the debt by $4 trillion. This is $115 million that is absolutely in the best interest of the United States of America. It will help us. Please defeat this amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia.
My amendment strikes the funding for Taiwan's Security Cooperation Initiative. This amendment would strike $1 billion in military assistance to Taiwan. This funding will be used to provide a wide variety of assistance, including planes, drones, missile defense, munitions, and more. However, this is an increase of $700 million from the fiscal year 25 NDAA, which authorized only $300 million. So this is quite a jump in funding. The entire defense budget of Taiwan is less than $20 billion. We've given Taiwan over $2 billion in funding and munitions over the last 2 years. Increasing foreign aid to Taiwan will only increase their reliance on the U.S., and increasing funding by $700 million to $1 billion when our own interest on our debt is over our entire military budget is America last. The United States is $37 trillion in debt, and in fiscal year 24, the government spent over $1.8 trillion more than it took in. And the interest alone on our debt has exceeded $1 trillion. We can't afford to fund other countries' militaries and secure other countries' borders. Before we start worrying about Taiwan's borders or Ukraine's borders, we should focus on deporting every single illegal alien who invaded our borders, broke our laws, raped our women and children, and murdered our people. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 2 minutes in opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady claim the time in opposition.
I claim my time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment to striking funding for the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative. Coming from Hawaii on the front lines of the Indo-Pacific, I know firsthand how critically important it is to keep our ties in this region strong. The Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative is not just another line item. It is a vital provision that enables Taiwan to maintain its self-defense capabilities and sends a clear message to both Taipei and Beijing that the United States is serious about deterrence. It keeps us out of that war that the sponsor of this amendment is so concerned about. Cutting this funding would only invite Beijing to push harder, not pull back. We say we want to be tough on China, yet here we are entertaining whether to cut one of the clearest demonstrations of our strength and our resolve. The fact that this amendment has even been made in order undermines us. Just giving this amendment airtime sows seeds of doubt in Taiwan as to our support and further emboldens Beijing. This is not by any means a serious amendment. In this very same bill that we are debating, we are considering bipartisan provisions that strengthen our defense relations with Taiwan, expanding DoD's annual readiness assessments, even Republican-led amendments to invite Taiwan into RIMPAC and bolster its energy security. These are the kinds of amendments that are aligned with the United States' interests. These are the kinds of amendments that foster deterrence, not instigate and facilitate Chinese propaganda, as this one would. Because when we question our support for Taiwan outright, as this amendment does, onlookers will wonder, what else are we willing to walk back on? Who else will we abandon on the line? That is not the message we should be sending. This amendment is nothing more than a political stunt that should never have seen the light of day. Beijing is watching, my friends. Passing this amendment is a win for China. Do not be fooled. I yield back my time.
Does the gentlelady reserve or yield back?
Reserve the balance of
The
my time.
gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone has to be honest in here and admit to the fact that our United States military has a strong presence in the Indo-Pacific. The United States is not backing down to China. However, we shouldn't have to fund Taiwan's security and military at $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Georgia reserves. The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Colleagues, I rise today in strong opposition to Ms. Green's amendment to eliminate funding for Taiwan's Security Cooperative Initiative. I know that my colleague is trying to save money and put America first, and I respect that. But defunding support to Taiwan that was requested by the Trump administration has consequences that would do exactly the opposite of what I believe the gentlelady is trying to achieve. Peace through strength saves money, saves lives, and puts America interests first. President Trump recognized that, which is why he requested Congress double the funding for this program to preserve peace in a critically important region. Trade in the Indo-Pacific accounts for about 40% of the world's GDP. 21% of the global trade passes through the Taiwan Straits, including 40% of the world's container fleet. Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company produces 90% of the world's AI chips, which are crucial to the American economy. A war in this region would be a global catastrophe. Our Taiwanese allies are already awaiting overdue delivery of American military supplies.
The gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
I can give you 30 seconds.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
They're waiting for supplies they have already paid for. And this amendment sends the wrong signal at the worst time. A withdrawal of our support would defeat Trump's initiative to shore up this critically important part, save us money, save us ultimate deficit spending in defense of a region that we need to critically supply. Thank you. With that, I yield.
The gentleman from Georgia yields. The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Hawaii reserves. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, not only have I introduced amendments to defund Ukraine, defund $115 million in humanitarian assistance for foreign countries, defund $1 billion from Taiwan, I've also introduced amendments to defund money to Israel, Syria, Iraq, and the border security for Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, and Pakistan. But those amendments were not made in order, so I didn't get to debate those today. And the reason why I introduced those amendments is because I believe our funding for our United States military should be for our country only, because it's the defense of our country only that should matter, and that's what matters to the American people. They're absolutely fed up, and every single one of my colleagues can go back home to their districts and face their constituents, and their constituents will tell them, we're sick of the foreign wars, we're sick of the foreign aid. That's a matter of fact, and I'll tell you why. It's because the American dream has become unattainable today. The median age of first-time homebuyers is 38 years old, compared to 29 in the 1980s. Cost of college tuition has increased by about 130% in the past 2 decades. Graduates leave with massive amounts of debt and are unable to find jobs. The youth unemployment rate is at 10.8%. The average health insurance premium for a family has risen by 22% since 2018 and 47% since 2013. This America Last Congress, and this is every single Congress, and as we debate these bills, it's always about sending more money to more foreign countries for their foreign causes, because every foreign country has a plead and a request and a reason to ask America to write them checks. And so, Mr. Speaker, I yield. No, I'm sorry, I don't yield. Reserve my time for just a minute.
So the gentlelady from Georgia reserves, and the gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Chair Rogers.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In recent years, China has increased the size, scope, and complexity of its drills around Taiwan. As Admiral Paparo has said, these are not exercises, they are rehearsals for a forced reunification. President Trump understands that supporting Taiwan's self-defense now is the surest way to deter CCP aggression, and I agree. That's why the President and the Pentagon requested $1 billion for the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative in FY26. This bill fully funds President Trump's budget request. To do otherwise would put peace and security in Taiwan at risk. Therefore, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. The issue here is it's always about another country, and it's always America last. We're $37 trillion in debt, and I can tell you right now, there is becoming a big difference between how young Americans feel versus how older Americans feel. And this body is absolutely tone deaf when it comes to spending and priorities. When young Americans today are hopeless for the future, don't believe that they'll be able to afford to buy a home, can't afford the cost of living, but yet here in Congress, the debate goes on and on about how much more money we should send to more foreign countries around the world. The United States Congress is absolutely losing the support of the American people, and that goes for both political parties. I urge the support of my amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Lady yields. The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've heard strong voices from both sides of the aisle that this is a bad, reckless, dangerous amendment. Every dollar and day we spend supporting Taiwan is another day we keep our service members, our children, and our grandchildren out of war. This is about putting Americans first. It's a very simple decision. My colleagues, vote no. Thank you, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
Lady yields, and the gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those in opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentlelady from Georgia.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 25, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 25, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-255, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 3838. Ms. Chair, I rise and offer my amendment number 25 to H.R. 3838, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. My amendment expands on language already in law, in this bill, and in the Senate NDAA to combat the indirect censorship of conservative news outlets in the Department of War. Section 1555 of the fiscal year 24 NDAA required that the DoD, when contracting with organizations that place military recruitment advertisements, must certify that an organization does not place advertisements based on political bias or the determination that a media outlet spreads so-called misinformation. The language is necessary because the DoD, or now the Department of War, has contracted with organizations such as NewsGuard and the Global Disinformation Index. According to the Media Research Center, the average NewsGuard score for the left and lean left outlets was a Green Shield rating of 91 of 100, while the average rating for the right and lean right outlets was a low of 66 of 100. A Global Disinformation Index reports on the online news list the 10 riskiest online news outlets as the New York Post, the Federalist, the Blaze, the Daily Wire, Newsmax, One American Network, the American Spectator, the American Conservative, Reason Magazine, and Real Clear Politics, all conservative. Left-leaning sites like ProPublica.com, NPR.org, NewYorkTimes.com, WashingtonPost.com, BuzzFeedNews.com, and HuffingtonPost.com were among the 10 lowest risk online news sites. We should not be excluding large swaths of the Americans simply because they watch or read conservative news, especially when considering that recruiting is hard enough without excluding this demographic. My amendment adds language to clarify that the standards on what exact bias looks like, as well as by striking the one-year sunset, including in subsection C. This language is already in the Senate NDAA, and I thank Senator Tuberville for his leadership in pushing this forward. And I ask for my colleagues' support on amendment number 25. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. We've dealt with this issue on a number of levels. It's already in the underlying bill. This expands it to any organization that is deemed to be engaging in fact-checking. But basically, what this amendment has done, and it is in law from last year, now we're making it permanent and expanding it, is basically if you are an organization that checks for factual accuracy, we don't want to do business with you, which is just a remarkable statement in terms of how we approach this. I think we should want people to check facts. And just for example, it's not the Department of War. It's the Department of Defense. It's in statute. It's the law. The president can say whatever he wants to say, but the law still says it is Department of Defense. So if he wants to put into the law that he's going to change that, that's fine, but it is factually inaccurate to say that it is the Department of War. And yes, the statistics seem to show that right-wing news agencies score lower on factual accuracy. There are two reasons possible for why that happens. One is the bias that the gentleman, the maker of the amendment, says. The other is that they are more likely to be factually inaccurate, which seems to be the more likely outcome. And I also want to make clear, we're not excluding anything. In fact, this amendment is what excludes things. If you are an organization that checks facts, we are going to exclude you from who we're going to do business with. I mean, I would just let out a heavy sigh at this moment about how do you engage in that sort of conversation? You know, if you want to take a close look at this and say, the way you are checking for factual accuracy, we think it's wrong. We don't think you're being fair. We think you're doing this right and they're doing it. Okay, fine. But no, we're just going to say, don't look, don't check, don't think about it. It's your truth. We're going to go, well, I guess the left-wing version of this is your truth is as much truth as anybody else's, and the right-wing version of this is we're going with alternative facts. I still want to live in the factual universe. And if you join me in that cause, let's defeat this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
I find it rather distracting that my peer on the other side of the aisle thinks that one person controls the truth and that, by and large, he thinks that conservative media is lying and that liberal media is telling the truth. The fact of the matter is, during the Biden administration, when all this came to be, where we start fact-checking, recruiting went down miserably. We had a recruiting problem we've never seen in America since the Vietnam War. We had a problem getting the Army up to par. The only service that made their recruiting goals was the United States Marine Corps. I'd like to say it's because they're amazing commercials, but I'm sure it's far more than that. What we know is they have a job to do. You're hurting the recruitment efforts by taking out a demographic based on your idea of what's accurate and truthful rather than doing your job of bringing people into the military to make sure that we are sustaining a lethal force moving forward. That is our goal, and that is as American as you get, and it's not a partisan issue. Trying to figure out which news agency should be advertised on based on your idea of what the truth is really a side note argument that should be kept in this room, not on the political front in front of the future soldiers, Marines, and sailors and airmen that we need to sustain our forts. And I would say, since we instituted this bill last year, guess what? Maybe it's because we have a new president, or maybe it's because we can now advertise to the people who are most likely to join our armed services. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick points. First of all, I am not remotely saying that the left is right and the right is wrong or anything like that. This amendment says we're not even going to examine the question. That's the problem I have. I fully admit the left is wrong frequently. I think we ought to factually check that. Here we're saying don't factually check that. And while we're on the subject of facts, COVID played a little bit of a role in our recruitment problem. And I don't think anyone who is being fair about analysis would dispute that. And yet here we hear, oh no, it wasn't COVID. It was the fact that where we advertised, we didn't place it here. Come on. You know, COVID is what impacted our recruitment, which is why I think we should allow people to check facts. Not that the left is always right, they're frequently not. Believe me, I live those arguments back home in my district, and I argue the other side of it. I just think we should at least try and figure it out. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I want to thank the gentleman for recognizing me right now. This highly partisan amendment would prohibit DOD from contracting with entities that perform fact-checking for recruitment purposes. Explain to me how we are enhancing national security, deterring our adversaries, and most importantly, increasing service member quality of life needs by going after a contract. In my previous role, I oversaw recruiting for the military services, and never did one of them ever come to me stating they can't recruit because of this tool. So as the gentleman said, it had to deal with COVID, and it had to deal with because the services weren't putting money into their recruiting budgets. That's why recruiting went down. It's amendments like this that not only put our national security at risk, but makes this bipartisan process crumble before us in the House. You know who loves to feed disinformation through non-fact-checking sites? Russia, Iran, the People's Republic of China, and other adversaries. Republican leadership has continued to fail the American people by making this bipartisan bill a right-wing culture war process, when we should be debating the administration deploying active duty service members on U.S. citizens in our cities, or managing the destructive mess Hegseth and Trump have turned the Pentagon into. We are dealing with this nonsense. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington reserves.
May I inquire as to how much time is left on both sides?
Seconds.
What's that?
3 seconds.
30. I thought you said 3 for 1 second. But anyway.
From Georgia has 1 minute.
I can close, and then you have the right. I believe the gentleman from Georgia has the right to close. No. All right, then I reserve.
The gentleman from Washington has the right to close.
My bad. I reserve. Thank you.
Okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
I love the fact that the other side just said that it's factual that COVID is the reason we couldn't recruit. When I came into Congress and we had the President of the United States say we can take off masks, the pandemic is over. For the first 2 years of my service here in Congress, the pandemic was over, and yet we could not recruit. So therefore, I want to point out that the gentleman literally put misinformation in his argument, which proves my point. Should I censor him from being able to present his case right here in front of the American people? No, I would say not. He's allowed to give us misinformation like he just did. COVID was over, we couldn't recruit, and then we changed the law, we changed the president, and we have mass recruiting efforts being reinforced. It was a downright misinformation just to say that COVID didn't allow us to recruit. We've seen that in recent history. Pandemic's been over for over 2 years now. It didn't change until we had a new president, new laws. That was misinformation. To my point, you interpret your misinformation, I interpret mine. With that, I yield.
Yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
I yield myself the remainder of my time. Actually, you make my point. You just fact-checked me. Good for you. I disagree, which I'll get to in a second, but you fact-checked me. What your amendment does is it doesn't allow that. It just allows it to hang out there. You can't fact-check it. Facts are recruitment picked up a year before Trump came back in office. We all know this. Recruitment was doing better a long time. And there was a bit of a lag at time. Yes, until 2022, 2023, they caught up with the lag. Recruitment improved for a year before Trump showed up in office. Now it continues to be well, which I would say argues that it was, in fact, COVID that drove the recruitment. But I would love to have that discussion. I would love to have people check facts and have a debate, not cut off all fact-checking. Please oppose this amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For purpose of the gentleman
request
seek
recorded
recognition. So pursuant to the clause 6 of Rule 18, for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our brave servicemen and women stand ready to defend this nation against any threat, but they cannot prepare for tomorrow's battles if today's training grounds are shackled by outdated, overreaching regulation. The Endangered Species Act, once intended as a shield for vulnerable wildlife, has morphed into a weapon wielded by radical activists and unelected bureaucrats that cripple our military's readiness and draining billions from our defense budget. Consider this. The War Department manages nearly 27 million acres of land, waters, and airspace, which are vital for testing cutting-edge technologies, honing combat skills, and ensuring our forces remain the world's finest. Yet as many as 550 threatened or endangered species call these areas home, which triggers endless ESA restrictions that hamstring essential training and operations. At Fort Huachuca in Arizona, for example, the Sonoran tiger salamander's designated critical wetland habitat requires strict protection measures. That means environmental reviews, limits on land use, construction, water management, and all those delay vital infrastructure projects and constrain training exercises during breeding seasons. On top of that, Fort Huachuca must carry out ongoing monitoring, predator control, habitat management, all under ESA guidelines, which impose onerous constraints on our ability to train and be ready for our warriors. The same can be said about Barium Goldwater Range, also in Arizona. But it's not just Arizona. This happens to Guam as well, for instance. Guam's military installations face extreme ESA-related challenges from the invasive brown tree snake, which has devastated native wildlife and forced costly, elaborate mitigation programs. On Guam, the military must deploy snake-proof fencing, trap and bait programs, train detection dogs to prevent brown tree snake incursions on military equipment and cargo, significantly complicating logistics, readiness, and training activities. This forces the Department of War to divert funds to wildlife management while mission-critical activities grind to a halt. Activist groups exploit the ESA through relentless litigation and red tape, imposing critical habitat designations that do precious little to actually recover species, but everything to block land use and weaken our defenses. They're a direct assault on our national security. And after more than 50 years since its enactment in 1973, the ESA's track record is abysmal. Fewer than 2% of listed species have been delisted. That isn't a success story. That's proof of a flawed perpetual regulatory machine that prioritizes special interest agendas over sound science and our soldiers' needs. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized. Does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Natural Resource Democrats strongly oppose the Biggs Amendment number 29, which seeks to weaken the Department of Defense's work to conserve habitats crucial for military readiness and recovering vulnerable species. The DoD covers millions of acres, spanning a vast array of natural habitats, and providing that realistic backdrop for training and testing. Healthy and well-managed natural ecosystems play an essential role in maintaining the readiness of our military troops, an advantage that is unique to the U.S. military. The military has even used ESA-listed wildlife to add complexity to training exercises, treating them as sensitive infrastructure to avoid, as they would for schools or hospitals in another environment. This amendment not only erodes this longstanding work, but it doesn't reflect what the DoD actually needs. The DoD has not now or ever before requested this language. I strongly urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. And let me reiterate. Activist groups exploit the ESA through relentless litigation and red tape, curtailing and preventing full training and preparation by our military. This amendment is non-negotiable. It draws a clear line. Military and National Guard lands cannot be arbitrarily designated as critical habitat if the Department of War deems them essential for national defense. And I want to take the same argument that was on used on the last bill when Mr. Cisneros of California said, "Good grief, our adversaries don't care about this question of censorship." And I'm telling you, our adversaries don't care about this question of environmental and the ESA. It exempts our personnel from ESA prohibitions during defense-related operations. That's what's happening. Even if incidental harm occurs, because in the heat of preparation for real-world threats, we cannot afford to pause for paperwork. The ESA was not meant to become a tool for endless lawsuits, environmental extremism, or regulatory overreach that jeopardizes our ability to deter adversaries. Madam Speaker, now's the moment for bold action and clarity. National defense must eclipse this misguided focus on the ESA. The ESA has only delisted 2% of the hundreds and thousands of species that it is listed. You cannot handcuff America's military. Our enemies are not waiting for environmental impact studies. They're advancing relentlessly. We're choosing, if you vote against this, we're choosing endangered species over war preparedness and defending this country. This amendment isn't essential. It is a lifeline for our security. I urge my colleagues to stand up with our troops and pass the measure today. I yield.
His time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm pleased to yield 1 1/2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Recognized.
Madam Chair, as co-chair of the Congressional Endangered Species Caucus, I rise today in opposition to this amendment. I can't believe that we're here again considering this unpopular amendment. It was brutally defeated last year. It was crushed the year before, both times with bipartisan support. The Endangered Species Act has wide popularity, but our current biodiversity outlook has really worsened. Our scientific community continues to scream from the rooftops that the biodiversity shrinking is a danger to humanity. In the meantime, our national defense is in no way endangered by an endangered species. Amazingly, this is a basic attack on the Endangered Species Act that the Department of Defense has never asked for. It's a solution in search of a problem. The Department of Defense already has a robust collaboration with the Department of Interior's Fish and Wildlife Service. They do management plans everywhere. And military lands are already excluded from designation as a critical habitat when there are management plans in place for listed species. So wholesale exempting the Department of Defense and its many contractors from compliance with ESA puts our nation's natural legacy at needless risk. To date, as the member from Arizona has mentioned, 99% of the species listed under the ESA have been saved from disappearing forever, making this one of the most successful pieces of legislation in American history. Actions to protect these species do not hinder national security. And managing endangered species in balance with our mission is something the Department of Defense already does very well. I urge my colleagues once more to reject this unwanted, unnecessary amendment.
The gentleman's time has expired. Woman from Maryland is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time our side has left?
Half minutes left.
2.5 minutes. Then I will please to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would create broad exemptions from the Endangered Species Act on military and National Guard lands. In Hawaii, this would be akin to a taking. The idea that protecting endangered species and maintaining readiness is mutually exclusive is simply false. Across the country, including in Hawaii, the Department of Defense has shown it can partner with conservation experts and local communities to safeguard fragile ecosystems while still meeting its mission. We should be doing more to hold the Department of Defense accountable and strengthening these efforts, not giving it a blank check to disregard environmental laws whenever it claims national security. In Hawaii, where trust around military land use is damaged, quite frankly, and lease negotiations are ongoing, accountability is not optional. And a backdoor taking of our land is 100% unacceptable. Allowing this amendment to pass would set a dangerous precedent, undo decades of progress, and most importantly, erode community trust. Protecting our environment and ensuring national defense are not opposing goals. They are shared responsibilities that we must uphold together. I strongly urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Maryland.
I'll reserve my time if the gentleman from...
The gentleman from Arizona has no time remaining.
Okay, I will claim the balance of my time, Madam Chair. I'll just close by saying, reiterating that the Department of Defense has not nor ever before requested this language, and over 20 of my Republican colleagues recognized this very real truth, voting against this exact language and understanding that responsible conservation and strong national defense go hand in hand. And in closing, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentlelady from, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 31 will not be offered. Chair understands that amendment number 32 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 33, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment at the desk.
The chair will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment to include the Lumbee Fairness Act in the bill before us today, providing the Lumbee Tribe of North Carolina the full federal recognition they have been unfairly denied for decades. Throughout recorded history, the Lumbee Tribe, comprised of nearly 60,000 members, has called southeastern North Carolina home. Despite their long history and cohesive culture, the Lumbee have never had access to the same federal benefits enjoyed by every other federally recognized tribe. During what's referred to as the Termination Era, Congress passed the Lumbee Act of 1956, recognizing the tribe, yet denying them the federal rights and protections afforded to other federally recognized tribes. Beginning in 1978, the federal government began rectifying the damage done during this era. Since then, Congress has stepped in, reversed its previous actions, and recognized 23 tribes through legislation reestablishing their relationship with the federal government. Legislation to rectify this for the Lumbee Tribe has been introduced in Congress more than 30 times with broad bipartisan support. In the past 2 Congresses, in fact, the House passed this legislation under suspension, most recently on December 17, 2024. Outside of Congress, the Lumbee Fairness Act has the support of 236 tribes across the country who have repeatedly cited the unfair treatment of the tribe under the 1956 Lumbee Act. Today, Congress can take a major step forward to end the unfair and unjust treatment of the Lumbee tribe once and for all. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
For what purposes the gentleman from North Member Singh.
Mr. Speaker.
Without exception, the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Reserves, the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the Speaker. I'd now like to provide up to 1 minute for my good colleague from North Carolina, Mark Harris.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much for your leadership on this and for granting the time. For far too long, the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina has been wrongfully denied full federal recognition, but today is a chance to make it right. With over 55,000 individuals, the Lumbee people are a core part of my district and the great state of North Carolina, and I'm honored to be their advocate in Washington. I know firsthand that they are salt of the earth, hardworking patriots who deserve access to federal services like their tribal counterparts. We must take legislative action to fix this problem and amend the 1956 law that currently prohibits this access. Last Congress, members across the aisle, as is already mentioned, overwhelmingly voted to restore these rights to the Lumbee tribe, but there wasn't time for the bill to clear the Senate. And today is our opportunity to get this crucial issue finally across the finish line. A vote today for the Lumbee people will fix a historic injustice, and I urge support of this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield up to 1 minute for my friend Addison from North Carolina.
North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my home state of North Carolina has recognized the Lumbee tribe since 1885. Yet for more than 135 years, their fight for full federal recognition has been blocked by red tape and indifference. In 1956, Congress acknowledged the Lumbee tribe, but cruelly denied them the services and the benefits afforded to other federally recognized tribes. That mistake has never been corrected, but finally, Congress has the opportunity to right its wrong. The Lumbees are more than 55,000 strong, making them the largest tribe east of the Mississippi. They have defended this nation in uniform, they have contributed to our economy, and preserved a proud heritage that strengthens our state and our country. Today, this House has an opportunity to finally deliver justice. For the people of the Dark Water, for North Carolina, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from North Carolina.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina has the only time remaining in the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield up to 1 minute to my good friend Tim Moore from North Carolina.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are not here today to recognize the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina because the Lumbee tribe were already recognized by the United States Congress in 1956. We are, however, here today to right a wrong, to end the termination era of Indian policy, and to take the Lumbee out of the legal limbo that they have been in for almost 70 years. It is the job of this Congress to right the wrongs of the past. During the early 1900s, the Lumbee had numerous Indian agents sent by the U.S. government to go to the homelands, to study them, to collect data, and determine if they were in fact Indian. And each time the Indian agents returned to the District of Columbia, they reported back that these were indeed Indian people who had survived disease, warfare, and colonization. I know the Lumbee personally. They are a resilient, strong, and proud people. The Lumbee have served this country in every branch of the military. They contribute to our society. The Lumbee have a strong faith in God. They are good friends who value education, hard work, and community. I am proud to stand with the Lumbee and urge this body to vote today to end a decades-long wrong. And with that, I reserve.
Expired. Gentleman from North Carolina, his time is expired. You have 15 seconds. Use it wisely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I am ready to yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I yield myself such time as I shall use.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my amendment to the NDAA, which would finally repeal both the 2002 and the 1991 authorizations for use of military force, or AUMFs. These AUMFs are long obsolete. By remaining on the books, these AUMFs only risk abuse by administrations of either party to sanction military force that Congress has not considered or approved. It is time for Congress to reclaim its constitutional authority over matters of war and peace, its Article I war powers, by removing these open-ended AUMFs once and for all. And I'm thankful to my colleagues who have worked to pass these repeals, having nearly passed both chambers in the 117th and the 118th Congress. And I'm particularly thankful to Representative Roy and Massey, along with many co-sponsors who have joined this bipartisan effort. This amendment is going to pass because a clear majority of this House agree it's time to close these chapters of endless wars. And I'm prepared to fight in conference to get this over the finish line. It's time to, for once and for all, end these forever wars. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. What does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Good.
I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this. I'm going to say for procedural reasons, but there are procedures that are important here, and the ranking member should know this. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, we have sole jurisdiction over powers of war. What goes on abroad with war is not flippant activity. It affects the lives of soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen that are stationed abroad in Europe, in Asia, Latin America, the Middle East. And while I agree with a lot of the comments that the ranking member just made about reasons to say there should be sunsets on AUMF, and I didn't hear everything that my colleague, Mr. Roy, said on it, but I'm sure undoubtedly we have agreement on why there should be sunsets on these things. It cannot be done without bringing in the CENTCOM commander, and this commander, and this commander, and this commander, and saying, what are your thoughts on this? What effects does this have on our ability to react or deploy? What effects does this have on those downrange in counterterrorism operations as we speak? What needs to be put back in place in order for us to not be afoul of something that we're doing right now? And these are questions that were not asked, and the answers were not given. And this goes beyond just our generals in the Pentagon. It goes to our secretaries. It goes to others. And absolutely answer questions that I'm committed to asking and answers that I'm committed to finding the answer to, and in a timely way. I consider it to be vitally important. Again, we have, I think, probably large agreement on reasons to sunset things, but it should not be done in absence of doing something of this gravity in the proper way. And in that, I thank you for giving me time to rise in opposition as much as we find matters of agreement and opposition. So thank you. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Purpose, New York. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. In response to the chairman, I just want to say we ask those questions in the 117th and the 118th Congress. We continually ask the same questions. We've got the answers, and I think it's time to move on and to get this done. And so I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from New York. Proud to work with him and others of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand for a simple proposition that 23 years after this chamber authorized force, at a time when most of the members who did so aren't even here, at a time when numerous facts have changed, after Saddam Hussein was captured in 2003, was executed in 2006, when troops were withdrawn and the hostilities were over in 2011, and then we went back in regarding ISIS, and then out by 21, that we should not be operating under a 23-year-old authorization of the use of military force. We can do better than that. We are not touching 01. We're not touching 01. We are touching 02 and 1991. Come on. Look, we don't need to have Congress effectively modern day declaring war and leaving it in place for a quarter of a friggin' century, or in this case, 34 years since 1991. We can do better. If we want to actually authorize force, deliberate, vote, and authorize force. But Article 1 has to mean something. Please support this bill to end an endless authorization of force. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized. You have the only time remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York. The gentleman from New York has the only time remaining. So.
I yield 1 minute to the gentle lady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentle lady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These AUMFs were literally voted on when I was 2 years old and 13 years old, respectively, and now I'm old enough to be a member of Congress. Let's be clear, presidents from both parties have abused these AUMFs, and my generation is tired of these endless forever wars. But we know that President Trump will exploit, bend, and break any law. The courts have even said it. And that's why this body should leave no ambiguity, no wiggle room, no daylight about our congressional intent and congressional authority. Congress has the sole constitutional right to declare war, not President Trump or any other president. And yet, we've already seen this president take unauthorized military strikes in places like Yemen and Somalia and Syria and Iraq. And earlier this year, he launched strikes on Iran without congressional authorization. And right now, he's weighing military strikes on cartels in Venezuela and hasn't sought congressional authorization. This body should not sit idly by while the president makes a mockery of our Constitution and our laws. Only we have the power to declare war. So I urge my colleagues to pass our bipartisan amendment and repeal these outdated AUMFs.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging personalities toward the president. New York is recognized.
How much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 3/4 of a minute remaining.
I yield. I heard Mr. Mills. Did you want time? I yield to Mr. Mills the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3/4 of a minute.
Thank you so much. As my colleagues have pointed out, it's very simple. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 through 13 is the war powers of Congress, granted to us and given to us. It states very clearly, Congress shall have the power to declare war, grant letters of marque, reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. But the key thing is that Congress shall have power, not abdicating our roles and responsibilities, not continuing endless wars that spend trillions of dollars and thousands of American lives. We need to bring the power back to Congress to ensure that it is not being abused by anyone within the executive authority, regardless of who's in the actual seat. This is very simple, Mr. Speaker. We have abdicated and abdicated and abdicated to where the Article 1 section of the Constitution no longer has its intended powers and purposes that it initially had. We must get that back, and I support this, and thank you for this time.
Gentleman yields back. All times expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is, the gentleman from Florida has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be, or from New York, postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 253, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 253, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, a member opposed, will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery and the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. My amendment is intended to address the Janet Mello fraud case, the Army civilian who was indicted and pleaded guilty to stealing over $100 million that were intended for the 4-H Military Partnership Grant Program. The 4-H Military Partnership Program serves 4-H clubs that are in many military installation youth centers. These programs include 4-H positive youth development programming, engaging in hands-on learning in day and overnight summer camps, including military teen adventure camps. We as a nation ask so much of our military families. Frequent moves can be essentially difficult for children, especially difficult. However, the 4-H Military Partnership Program can serve as a lifeline to military families by providing continuity, as it is often the case that a family can move from one installation to another and maintain active participation in 4-H programs because they are located at so many military installations. Janet Mello ruthlessly plundered more than $100 million from this program meant to support the children of our military heroes. This calculated betrayal was not only a staggering act of theft, but a cruel assault on the very families who sacrifice the most for our nation's freedom. By draining critical resources, she robbed military children of the opportunities and security promised from the 4-H. The American people deserve answers, and they deserve to know how such a monumental fraud was allowed to fester in the shadows for so long. My amendment requires a report on how this fraud was missed, what red flags were ignored, and what fixes are needed to prevent this from ever happening again. The House passed my amendment last Congress, but unfortunately it was not included in the final bill. I'm proud to reintroduce this amendment again this Congress with slightly adjusted reporting requirements. I would also note that for my colleagues that my office sought and received technical assistance on this amendment from the Office of the Secretary of Defense Controller. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a press release from the Department of Justice describing this fraud in greater detail.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
And Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition, though I am not opposed.
Gentleman's objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I have no opposition to the amendment. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Washington yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have no speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee has the only time remaining.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman may proceed.
In closing, I thank Congressman Fulker for co-sponsoring this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting accountability by ensuring that we get answers to how this fraud was able to steal from military families and taxpayers undetected from 2016 through 2023. I urge members to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor, opposed say no.
For a recorded vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to, and the gentleman asks for recorded persuade to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. Does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRS 682, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk would designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 5, consisting of amendments numbered 26, 31, 32, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, and 298, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 682, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to my friend, the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill of Arkansas.
Hill from Arkansas is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I thank Chairman Rogers for the opportunity to visit on this en bloc. I appreciate your leadership guiding the NDAA once again successfully on a bipartisan basis through the House. And while I will support this en bloc set of amendments, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring to light an amendment that's included in this en bloc that I believe needs more deliberation. I appreciate the intentions of the sponsor, but I believe we need to carefully consider some of the details. This amendment nearly duplicates the vast powers of the Defense Production Act, which is something that the House Financial Services Committee and the Senate Banking Committee are in the midst of a thorough reauthorization, including, happily and proactively, consulting with our colleagues on the Armed Services Committee and our members throughout both sides of the Hill. I note that I say the amendment narrowly duplicates the DPA because there are significant differences that should raise concerns about the text in this amendment. Over the course of 75 years, Congress has built in crucial safeguards to the Defense Production Act. The amendment does not include these safeguards. Here are just a few examples. Under the Defense Production Act, the Pentagon is limited in its use of financial assistance to domestic industry as well as certain entities located in our Five Eyes partner countries. Even in those countries, our closest, most reliable allies in the world, the DPA has strong oversight language to prevent offshoring to foreign companies. This amendment, if enacted into law, would allow the Pentagon to use subsidies and purchase commitment in 190 countries around the globe, including, Mr. Chairman, Venezuela and Cuba. We must carefully evaluate these policy choices at a time when we are working to bring jobs back to the United States and reverse decades of manufacturing decline. Under the previous administration, President Biden sought to use the DPA for things like making more baby formula and residential heat pumps. The amendment would only ensure such efforts in future administrations. And this is just not a likelihood, but it's a certainty that it could, in fact, be used outside the defense arena. These are only a handful of my concerns, and I think it would be better for this debate to happen more fulsomely between the committees in a conference process. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to commit to addressing these concerns by working with our Financial Services Committee members through the NDA process. And I thank you for yielding me some time today.
I agree with Chairman Hill that our committees have a lot of ground to cover on authorities to strengthen the defense industrial base. Mr. Mesmer's amendment is a good attempt to break through some of the bureaucracy that has hampered those efforts. I commit to Chairman Hill that we will work with him and his committee on the defense industrial base matters that arise in the conference on the NDA. I've reserved the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama, the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really to the chairman and ranking member, thank you for your work for keeping the NDAA bipartisan. There's such a vital focus on national security here, and there are some truly good reforms. But as Mr. Hill highlighted, the Defense Production Act has broader implications than just the Department of Defense. And this turf war is frankly as old as the Defense Production Act back since 1950. When Chief of Staff James A. Baker III was navigating this, he highlighted that tension. And since then, all kinds of things have taken place with the Defense Production Act. This year is the first opportunity to reauthorize it since the COVID pandemic. So HHS has been used. There's a lot of thoughtful work underway as we seek to modernize and reauthorize this. I look forward to future collaboration. Chairman, thank you for your commitment to Chairman Hill. And as chairman of the National Security Illicit Finance Subcommittee, this authorization does go through my subcommittee here, and happy to work with colleagues across the spectrum here to get a good product across the finish line. I am opposed to this en bloc because of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendments 476 and 478. We are at an inflection point in American history. China is investing heavily in AI, integrating it into its military and economy. America cannot afford to fall behind. My First Amendment expands AI pilot programs in logistics, cyber defense, intelligence, and maintenance. AI is a vital force multiplier, cutting costs, speeding decisions, keeping our warfighters ahead. It also mandates regular reports to Congress for swift, informed action to maintain our edge. My Second Amendment ensures an immediate pay raise for Department of War blue-collar workers, the mechanics and technicians who keep our bases and equipment ready. These Americans have yet to receive a 2025 pay raise because the fully partisan committee that was supposed to represent these blue-collar workers failed in its mission and had to be dissolved. I look forward to working with the Department of War on implementing recommendations to make sure these crucial workers are paid what they deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this bill. I was very proud of the markup that passed out of the Armed Services Committee. The bill that we delivered to this floor this week was overwhelmingly bipartisan. It supported our men and women in uniform, and it strengthened our national defense. It was an honor to work so closely with Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith on that bill. Unfortunately, the toxically amended bill that is here before us is no longer that. Not only have a number of very difficult amendments been added to the original markup, but also since the markup, this administration has recklessly and dangerously deployed the National Guard to American cities without the request or permission of either state or local officials. For good reason, the governor of each state makes the decision about when and where to deploy National Guard, not presidents who are trying to score cheap political points and who are trying to divide our nation. I am very proud to be a veteran, and as ranking member of the Military Personnel Subcommittee, it is my responsibility to make sure that we're taking care of our troops and deploying them responsibly and legally. But you don't need to be a veteran or a member of a military family to see what this administration has done with our military. It's divisive, it's shameful, and it's irresponsible. It's divisive, shameful, and irresponsible for us to ask our soldiers to act as local police officers, a role that undermines our readiness for actual conflicts. It is divisive, shameful, and irresponsible that we force them to leave their families and their jobs for an uncertain period of time with uncertain pay and benefits. And it is most certainly divisive, shameful, and irresponsible when we force them to spend their days picking up trash at a cost of millions to the taxpayer. Our National Guard is designed and trained, indeed purpose-built, to serve key roles in domestic emergencies, natural disasters, and in deployment overseas. When we stray from that mission, we put our national security at risk, and we disrespect these men and women. For these reasons, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. This simple amendment to require that the state governor must consent before the National Guard can be deployed. I know that many of my colleagues may agree with me, including some who are indeed running for governor of their home state. So I ask these members and all of those who believe in federalism and states' rights to have the courage to support this important amendment today. At the end of this debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit. I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington?
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the leadership, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, on this important piece of legislation. I rise today in support of this en bloc package, which contains 4 of my amendments. The first requires the Secretary of the Air Force and the Director of the Air National Guard to work together to modernize the Air National Guard's fighter fleet. Last year's NDAA required a similar report, but this report did not fulfill several requirements, like consultation from the Director of the Air National Guard and recapitalization plans for all fighter wings. It was entirely inadequate. The average age of our fighting fleet has grown from 10 years to 30 years, and 51% of the Air Force's service-retained fighting force is in the Air National Guard. We need to act to modernize our fleet. My second amendment will provide a 2-year funding mechanism for the state sponsorship program. This is a key security cooperation program that enables our National Guard units to train with United States allies and increase the interoperability, compatibility, and overall readiness of the National Guard. Budget volatility has brought fiscal uncertainty to this program, putting its future in jeopardy. A 2-year funding mechanism will bring much-needed stability to the program. My third amendment will require the DoD to increase the efficiency of the Funeral Honors Program. The Funeral Honors Program helps the families of fallen veterans give their loved ones the dignified and respectful burial that they have earned. This program relies on local veteran service organizations to provide these funeral honors, and VSOs receive stipends for costs incurred. Last year, it was brought to my attention that some VSOs had their stipends withheld due to budgetary shortfalls and the National Guard's operational needs taking priority. My amendment will require the DoD to identify best practices and cost-effective ways to protect the operational needs of our National Guard while ensuring VSOs are supported in their selfless dedication to our nation's heroes. My last amendment will require the DoD to address our crippling reliance on Communist China for critical minerals. We currently rely on Communist China for roughly 80% of our critical minerals. These minerals are used to produce everything from cell phones to fighter jets. With the flip of a switch, Communist China could cease all exports of critical minerals to the United States. In fact, they have already started reducing their exports. Further, we have turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed by our supplier. Communist China owns 13 of the 19 industrial mines in the Congo, and they utilize child slave labor and follow zero environmental laws. My amendment would require DoD to help develop a strategy to reshore critical mineral production and end our reliance on Communist China. I urge my colleagues to support this en bloc package, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized. And I am prepared to close. May I inquire, are you done with speakers at this point?
I'm done with speakers. Yeah, I'm prepared to close as well.
I yield myself the
gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time. Really, Three things I want to do in the closing here is first of all, really recognize the efforts of all of the staff that were involved in bringing us to this point to get the bill to the floor. Certainly the House Armed Services Committee staff, the bipartisan staff, ably led by both sides of the aisle. This is a long process. Thousands of amendments are generated. Thousands more ideas that they have to work their way through to get the bill through the markup, get it to the floor. Certainly the Rules Committee staff works overtime processing all of those amendments, and the floor staff. Thank you all very much for putting up with this. This process was not as bad as it's been in the past. So I'm not sure that's a good thing, but there was a lot less stuff that came out here. But everyone's got to do so much work on this to make this happen. So I really thank the staff for their incredible work. It is a fine testimony to how vital government employees are to making our country run, and I really appreciate that. Second, I really want to thank Chairman Rogers, all of the members of the House Armed Services Committee and the respective staffs for the product that we produced out of committee. It was a bipartisan product that really focused on what we needed to do to make the Defense Department better and make sure that we supported the men and women who serve in the military. There are all manner of external issues that really are focused more on partisan advantage one way or the other that typically get thrust at us. We resisted that and stayed focused on the policy. And it's not that there aren't disagreements on that policy, even partisan disagreements, where Republicans tend to be in one place and Democrats tend to be in the other. But it was all around the focus of what is the best way to run the Department of Defense. And that is a legitimate debate to have. Chairman Rogers handled that incredibly well. It was a very fair debate, fair discussion, and we produced what I think was an excellent product. And it's worth remembering what's in that base bill. Single biggest thing is acquisition reform, which is every little bit as important as it is boring to talk about. It's hard to dive into the details of who's making this decision, the other decision. The bottom line is it just takes too long now to buy the equipment, to update and get the innovative technologies that we need in the modern world. The pace of change has never been this rapid. AI, drones, counter-drones, all manner of different technologies. We have got to get those in the hands of the warfighter vastly more quickly and vastly less expensively than we currently do. And the focus in this bill is absolutely right to deal with this. We also continue to prioritize quality of life issues for the men and women who serve in our military and their families, as well we should. There's a lot of very good provisions in that bill, and we produced that product. The rules process was a different thing. It was a very, very partisan exercise in which if Republicans made a request, they got them, including the weird little thing that we just went through with some financial services issue that I don't understand why that's in our bill. It shouldn't be. Well, I do understand why it's in our bill, because the Speaker has a very difficult time saying no to people that he ought to say no to. We need to work on that. But that created a partisan process out of what was a bipartisan process. In and of itself, that's problematic, because what it means is Democrats do not get to adequately participate in the process. We didn't get any of the amendments in the debates that we wanted, not a single solitary one. Meanwhile, all manner of different issues that are pure culture war partisan issues were allowed in. I fear that many of those are going to pass. We will see. If those amendments are defeated, we'll wind up in a different place. But if they pass, we will have a bill that is no longer bipartisan. And this year, as Ms. Houlihan just highlighted, there's one particular thing that was problematic. And that is we are not exercising oversight of the chief executive in the manner which we should. We have become vastly more partisan in that regard as well. I've served under, I'm going to lose track of how many presidents, I think it's 5 now. Every single one of those, Republicans would always have complaints about a Republican president, and Democrats would have complaints about a Democratic president. Now, not as many as would go the other way, to be sure, but there were always efforts when we went on a bipartisan basis say, yeah, no, the executive branch shouldn't do that, we're going to stand up for Congress. This is the first term I've ever seen that completely silenced. There is no effort whatsoever for Congress to criticize anything the president does. That's a problem. That upsets the balance of power, the checks and balances that were put in place by our founders to make sure that we continue to be a constitutional republic. a nation based on the Constitution and laws, not on any one individual. And we see that played out most starkly with the way the United States military is currently being used in our cities. In Washington, D.C., was used in Los Angeles, and even the specter of the president threatening the city of Chicago that he will invade them like a scene from Apocalypse Now. That should trouble everybody. I don't care whether you're conservative, Democrat, independent, Republican, liberal, whatever, all right? You should be troubled, even if, by the way, as I do, you have profound concerns about crime in our areas. And I have profound concerns about the way some of those cities are using the criminal justice system. I have concerns in my own area. The answer to that is not sending in the United States military. The way I've come to sum it up is crime is a problem. Fascism isn't the answer. More police and stronger communities. That's the answer. We need to exercise oversight on that because it violates the law. It also undermines the readiness of the United States military. They are supposed to be trained to defend us against our enemies and adversaries, not to engage in domestic law enforcement. We should have a conversation about that and exercise oversight. We also have the problem with the whole Signal Gate thing, where classified information was shared in a way that it should not be shared, and there should be no disagreement on that. We didn't exercise oversight on that either. So stepping aside from all these issues, simply letting the president do what he wants to do, and then internationally, last point, this attack on that boat down in the Caribbean is incredibly problematic. This is an expansion of the war powers of the president we've never seen before. If the president has the power on his own, without even notifying Congress, with much less with us exercising any oversight of it, to declare war on any drug cartel in the world whenever he wants to, then our Constitution, Article 1, pretty much ceases to have meaning. We just had an amendment offered to repeal the AUMFs. I listened to some of those arguments. I support that amendment. I think it was a good argument. An argument was for Article 1, for the United States Congress playing a role. We have abdicated that role at this point in a way that we have never done before. That is a problem, and it's something that the Rules Committee should have permitted us to really debate through a series of amendments on the floor, and they did not. And I am troubled by that. So we'll see how the amendment process goes. Again, beneath all of that is a really good bill that a lot of very good people worked very hard to produce. I hope when we get through the end of this process and we actually pass the bill and send it off to the president, we get that bill back because it's really important that we pass it. Thank you very much. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I support this bipartisan en bloc amendment that was worked in advance with the minority, and I also want to take a minute to completely footstop what my friend, the ranking member, just said about the staff. Not only the House Armed Services Committee staff on both sides of the aisle who just done incredible work, but the floor staff here and the Rules Committee staff in moving what is the biggest bill that this Congress has to move each year in such an expeditious fashion. So you're all to be commended, and thank you very much. And I can't overstate how much I appreciate the ranking member and his partnership and leadership in this process. He is, as you can tell, a thought leader in this area, but also just a great partner in advancing this very important piece of legislation. And this is a good bill. It's a very important bill. It reforms the Pentagon's broken acquisition system, continues historic improvements in the quality of life of our service members and their families, builds a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force necessary to deter global threats, and it enacts President Trump's peace through strength agenda. The House will work its will on the amendments before us today, but I urge all members to support final passage of the bill. It's critical we get this bill to conference and ultimately to the President's desk. The threats we face today are more complex and precarious than at any point in the last 80 years. The Department needs the authorities this NDAA provides to stay ahead of these threats. I urge all members to support this en bloc amendment and the underlying bill, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the committee rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 3838, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 3838 and has come to no resolution thereon. Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 682 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3838. Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, kindly take the chair? When the Committee of the House is in Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3838, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, amendments in block number 5, printed in Part A of House Report 119 through 255, offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 119 through 255, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 34 by Mr. Meeks of New York. Amendment number 13 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 14 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment number 15 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment 16 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment 17 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment number 7 by Mr. Smith of New Jersey. Amendment number 9 by Mr. Petronas of Florida. Amendment number 11 by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina. Amendment number 18 by Mr. Mills of Florida. Amendment number 20 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 22 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 23 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 24 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 25 by Mr. McCormick of Georgia. Amendment number 29 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. And Amendment 253 by Mr. Rose of Tennessee. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report 119 through 255 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
5 On this vote, the yeas are 261, the nays are 167. The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Committee of the Whole. House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 3838 and has come to no resolution thereon. Shh. The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's, wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. We will join prayer right after this, okay? The chair lays before the House a communication. The House will be in order. Thank you all. The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication.
Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. D.J. Greiger, Director of Operations with the Virginia Department of Elections, indicating that according to the unofficial results for the special general election held on September 9, 2025, the Honorable James R. Walkinshaw was elected representative to Congress for the 11th Congressional District of Virginia. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Virginia, the Honorable James Walkinshaw, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised regarding his election.
Without objection, Representative-elect Walkinshaw and the members of the Virginia delegation present themselves in the well. All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations, you're now a member of the 119th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today is. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
There we go.
I rise today as Dean of the Virginia Congressional Delegation to introduce and welcome to Congress the newest representative from the Commonwealth of Virginia, James Walkinshaw. James was born in Northern Virginia, the very region of the Commonwealth he will now represent in Congress. He graduated from New York University with a degree in politics. He then returned home and got involved in his local community. He managed our dear friend Jerry Connolly's 2007 campaign for the chairman of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, and a year later, he managed Jerry's successful campaign for Congress. While a new member, James is no stranger to Congress. After Jerry's election to Congress, James went on to serve as his chief of staff for over a decade, where he worked closely with many of us and our staffs. James consistently fought alongside of Jerry for the people of Virginia's 11th Congressional District. In 2019, he followed his political mentor and boss's footsteps and was elected to serve on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, representing the Braddock District, where he has continued to be a powerful advocate for his community. He resides in Fairfax County with his wife Yvette and his son Matteo. With his victory in this week's election, I know he will make an outstanding addition to our delegation and to this chamber with his steadfast commitment to the 11th Congressional District of Virginia, fighting to have their voices heard in this body. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with profound gratitude and humility as I begin my service on behalf of Virginia's 11th District. As a lifelong Northern Virginian, I am honored by the trust my community has placed in me. I am deeply grateful to my wife, Yvette, and our son, Matteo. Whose love and patience sustain me, and this moment belongs to them as much as it does to me. I'm also honored to follow in the footsteps of my dear friend and mentor, Congressman Jerry Connolly, a singular figure in Virginia and in this body who showed us what principled leadership looks like. His legacy will guide me every day. With that gratitude, Mr. Speaker, comes responsibility to speak honestly about the challenges my community faces. In Virginia, we are on the leading edge of President Trump's economy. In my district, everyone knows someone who has lost their job due to the agenda coming from the White House and too often from this chamber. If we do not change course, what is true in Northern Virginia today will soon be true in every district in this nation. Families everywhere will know someone who has lost their job because of the DOGE cuts, the tariffs, the budget bill, or our failure to address the rising costs on everything from groceries to rent to prescription drugs. But this week, Mr. Speaker, the people of Virginia sent a clear message. They want pragmatic solutions. They want a government that works for everyone. They want us to tackle the high cost of living, housing, and health care, to confront climate change, to honor the public servants, our federal employees who keep our government running. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled by the trust my constituents have placed in me. I will carry their hopes and their voices into this chamber every day. I will never forget where I came from, and I'll never stop working for a government that reflects the best of who we are. Together, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can build that future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentleman from Virginia, the whole number of the House is now 432. Pursuant to House Resolution 682 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole, House on the State of the Union, for further consideration of H.R. 3838. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elzey, kindly resume the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3838, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, Amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report 119, TAC 255, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, had been disposed of. The unfinished business is the request of a recorded vote on Amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report 119, TAC 255, by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 14, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 207. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 227, the nays are 201. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote for amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk, will you designate the amendment?
Amendment number 17, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. yeas are 219, the nays are 209. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 224. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Petronas, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Petronas of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 224, the nays are 208, with one answering present. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support for the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 228, the nays are 205. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support the request for a recorded vote will rise to be counted. A sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 194, the nays are 236, with one voting present. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 22, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. On this vote, the yeas are 60, the nays are 372. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 60, the nays are 370. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 24, printed at Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 9, the nays are 422. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 25, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 211. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is request for a recorded vote on amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 200, the nays are 228. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 253, printed in Part A of House Report 119-255 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 253, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-255, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those who support the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, and a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 430, the nays are 3. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 3838, and pursuant to House Resolution 682, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
Chair Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports the committee's had under consideration the bill H.R. 3838 and pursuant to House Resolution 682 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. In a separate vote, demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the Chair will put them in grow. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 3838, to the Committee on Armed Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
On that, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 231, the nays are 196. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossment of H.R. 3838, including corrections in spelling, punctuation, section and title numbering, cross-referencing, conforming amendments to the table of contents, and short titles, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Without objection.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
brother.
sir.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? From Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition. Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. Gentleman
I
from
seek
Georgia.
recognition. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, be removed as a co-sponsor from House Resolution 5239.
Without objection.
Thank you.
House will be in order. The House will please be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of HJ Res 111.
The request is granted.
Thank you.
House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 22 and by direction of the Committee on Appropriations, I offer a motion.
House will be in order. Gentleman from Oklahoma.
I support this return to regular order in the appropriations process.
Gentleman will suspend. Report the motion.
Mr. Cole of Oklahoma moves that the House take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 3944 with the Senate amendment thereto, disagree to the Senate amendment, and request a conference with the Senate thereon.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this return to regular order in the appropriations process. I support the motion and move the previous question.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the motion. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
A motion to instruct conferees.
The clerk will report the motion.
House, at the conference on the disagreeing votes of the two houses on the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 3944, be instructed to agree to the funding level proposed for the Special Supplemental Nutritional Program for Women, Infants, and Children, WIC, $8.2 billion as a part of the matter proposed to be added by the Senate amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 7C of Rule 22, the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, and the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Hinson, will both each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of the motion to instruct conferees to adopt the Senate funding level for Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, WIC, as part of the conference on 3 fiscal year 2026 funding bills: agriculture, military construction and veterans affairs, and legislative branch. Besides cutting WIC to unacceptable levels, House Republicans are coming to the table with funding bills that are filled with extreme, reckless cuts and harmful riders that have been rejected on a bipartisan basis. We are now 9 months into this administration and weeks away from the end of the fiscal year, and the cost of living crisis has only gotten worse under President Trump. Americans are struggling with rising costs of everyday necessities. They are living paycheck to paycheck, but the President and House Republicans are not laser-focused on the cost of living crisis. They are making it worse. Instead of lowering prices, Republicans passed a bill to cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, which will strip health care coverage from more than 15 million people. Over $500 billion in cuts to Medicare will be triggered by this law, harming America's seniors. In their signature law, Republicans slash nutrition benefits for poor families, which will cause an additional 1 million kids to go hungry. They did all of this in order to pass trillions of dollars in tax cuts for big corporations and for billionaires, adding $4 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years. Since then, House Republicans have only doubled down on their attacks on the working class, the middle class, and vulnerable Americans. Last night, Republicans on the Appropriations Committee forced through their reckless 2026 Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education and related agencies funding bill that assaults public health, slashes medical research, eliminates funding for reproductive health, and eviscerates education and job training. They use this bill not to right the wrongs of their big, ugly law, but to make health care even more expensive and slash research into life-saving cures. They cut funding for the National Institutes of Health, for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. They slashed funding for state and local health departments, substance use prevention and treatment, mental health services, and eliminated funding for tobacco prevention and HIV/AIDS prevention and treatment. To top it all off, House Republicans continued their full-scale attempt to eliminate public education, decimating support for children in K-12 elementary schools and threatening the future of an entire generation. The Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education funding bill was cut from the same cloth as the agriculture funding bill we are preparing to conference. At a time when families around the country are struggling to afford health care, housing, and other essentials for their families, House Republicans failed to provide WIC with the resources it needs to help Americans keep food on their tables. That is why the House conferees must support the WIC level in the Senate bill, $500 million over the budget request and the House bill. This should be a simple ask. On Monday, the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, asked for funding in the continuing resolution at the Senate's level of $8.2 billion. And just yesterday, the administration released its Make America Healthy Again report. The report commended the WIC program for its science-based approach to evaluating the health and the diet of participants and working to improve them. Unfortunately, the report made no mention of the administration's drastically insufficient budget request for WIC, or the need to fully fund vouchers issued to participants for fruits and vegetables. House Republicans must do more than pay lip service to goals of making healthy food available to children and families. They must fund WIC at the Senate's proposed level and support the fruit and vegetable vouchers. House Republicans' agricultural funding bill also fails to provide the Food and Drug Administration with the funding it needs to keep Americans healthy and safe from foodborne illnesses and harmful additives, from keeping track of food recalls, to rigorously inspecting processing facilities, to protecting infant formula, to banning toxic dyes. The FDA cannot accomplish its missions if we slash its resources. Given many recent food recalls, and particularly with contaminated foods and medical products that are imported, there is a need for FDA to expand its presence. That cannot be done for free. We must follow the Senate's lead on funding the FDA. The Senate bill provides $3.5 billion for the vital agency, $332 million over the House bill, and roughly equal to the 2025 level. This level provides significantly more funding for human foods and drugs work, two of the most vital responsibility of the FDA. And even beyond the insufficient, dangerous funding levels for WIC and FDA, there are other reckless cuts and policies in the agriculture funding bill that must be addressed in conference. Despite Republicans claiming to support farmers and rural communities, their bill cuts investments in rural America, including grants that help hardworking Americans buy homes in rural areas, and programs to help build drinking and wastewater infrastructure in rural communities that need it most. House Republicans are using this bill to eliminate protections for small meat and poultry producers against large corporations that have dominated the market, force small producers out of business, and price gouge consumers. We are in an era of unprecedented corporate consolidation. 4 companies control over 80% of the beef market. 4 companies control 70% of the pork industry, and 4 companies control more than half of the chicken industry. House Republicans' bill will help these major companies to dominate the market, grow their power, and raise prices on the backs of hardworking Americans. The 2 other bills in this package, military construction and veteran affairs, and legislative branch funding bills, also need significant improvements in order to earn support from Democrats. As it stands now, the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill would worsen the quality of life for service members and their families, raise costs for Americans while helping big corporations profit from privatizing medical care for veterans, and hurt military readiness. This extreme proposal also furthers Republicans' constant attempts to roll back women's rights by restricting health care access for service members and their families. House Republicans' legislative branch funding bill, typically a bill that has been quickly agreed to by both parties, jettisons bipartisan priorities in order to aid and abet OMB Director Russ Vought in stealing funds from American taxpayers. This bill's drastic cuts and restrictions on Government Accountability Office and the Library of Congress will inhibit our ability to hold government accountable and will let waste and fraud run rampant. It is astonishing that for all the talk about finding and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, that House Republicans would defund the watchdog that is tasked with precisely that role. The only plausible explanation is that the majority and the administration to which it is blindly loyal is upset the GAO has repeatedly found that the White House is stealing funds away from taxpayers. This conference takes place as our entire legislative branch of government is being undermined. The Trump administration, guided by Project 2025, author and Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vought is unlawfully stealing funds that we, Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate, elected by our constituents for this purpose, we passed it into law. Russ Vought continues to withhold more than $410 billion from families, from farmers, from children, from small business and communities in every part of the country. As the courts have repeatedly concluded, this administration's disregard for our nation's spending laws and Congress's power of the purse has harmed every corner of our country. Children in elementary schools have been denied resources they need to succeed. Farmers in rural communities have been left to fend for themselves, and communities have been robbed of resources to keep people safe. Russ Vought has stripped hope away from cancer patients and single-handedly made the cost of living crisis even worse for working families. Make no mistake, this is all part of Russ Vought's plan to centralize and hoard power for himself over all others. He is poisoning these negotiations. Every illegal action he takes is designed to spite Congress and make sure his dark vision comes to pass. Russ Vought wants a shutdown. He wants the country to continue spiraling into chaos so that he can keep stealing from our communities and dismantling Congress's power of the purse. I stand ready to move forward to fund the government in a bipartisan way, to pass funding bills that address the cost of living crisis that President Trump is escalating. But any funding agreement must reflect Democratic priorities, and we must pass full-year spending bills that ensure that lawmakers, not President Trump and Russ Vought, decide how taxpayer dollars get spent. Democrats want to lower the cost of living for all Americans and deliver critical services and investments to the working class, the middle class, and the vulnerable. That victory can be achieved through bipartisan cooperation to pass annual funding bills signed into law by President Trump that ensure elected this body's commitments to our constituents are fulfilled. It cannot be achieved through another full-year continuing resolution that only increases Russ Vote's power. If Republicans choose to empower an unelected bureaucrat over the voices of the American people and over their voices, then Democrats will not provide our votes to such a dangerous usurpation of congressional power. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the motion to instruct, and I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Minority leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the distinguished gentlelady, the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, for yielding and for her strong leadership. I rise today in strong support of the motion to instruct. From the very beginning of this Congress, Democrats have made clear that we are willing to work with anyone in this town who is committed to lowering the high cost of living. America is too expensive, and far too many people in this country are working hard and playing by the rules, but they're unable to get ahead and can barely get by. And yet, what we've seen from this Congress is that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have consistently made life harder for everyday Americans. That's what the One Big Ugly Bill was all about. Hurt everyday Americans in order, Mr. Speaker, to reward billionaire donors with massive tax breaks. Why was this done? The One Big Ugly Bill rips health care away from millions of Americans. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics will close. And now the American people are confronting dramatic increases in health care premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. America is already too expensive. President Trump and House Republicans are making things worse. Democrats are prepared under the leadership of Rosa DeLauro to sit down anytime, any place, to negotiate a bipartisan spending agreement that meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, public safety, and economic well-being. What Democrats will not do is support partisan spending legislation put forth by Republicans that continues to gut the health care of the American people. Enough is enough. We need to reverse the damage that has been done, not do more. The One Big Ugly Bill steals food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. Why? Once again, to pay for massive tax breaks to Republican billionaire donors. Unacceptable and unconscionable. This motion to instruct will help ensure that in a conference between the House and the Senate, between Democrats and Republicans, we are actually protecting women, infants, and children here in the United States of America, all over, in urban America, rural America, small town America, suburban America, exurban America, and the heartland of America. The assault on the social safety net that Republicans have engineered this Congress, Mr. Speaker, has been completely and totally unacceptable, hurting everyday Americans and exploding the debt and the deficit at the same period of time. Nothing has been done by this Republican-led Congress to lower the high cost of living. Donald Trump promised that costs would go down. On day one, costs haven't gone down, they're going up. Inflation is on the way up. Life has gotten more expensive. Electricity bills skyrocketing, out of control, and now healthcare premiums on the verge of increasing by thousands of dollars a year for 20 million Americans. Unless Republicans choose to join us and act with respect to the tax credits that will expire at the end of this year connected to the Affordable Care Act. There is much work that needs to be done. And again, Democrats ready to sit down anytime, any place to work out a spending bill on a bipartisan basis that actually makes life better for the American people. But we will not allow this administration and the Republican Congress to continue to hurt everyday Americans. That's why we strongly support this motion to instruct, and that is why we have made clear that under no circumstances will we support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to rip away health care from the American people. Vote yes on this motion to instruct, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentlelady from Iowa is recognized. Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
As the gentlelady, I am prepared to close. If I don't know what the gentlelady's.
The gentlelady from Iowa is prepared to close, and the gentlelady from Iowa is recognized.
I just yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Yeah, let me. Thank you. As our leaders said, we are ready to move forward to fund the government in a bipartisan way. We have done this historically. And to pass funding bills that address the cost of living crisis that is the central issue for the American public today. And it is a cost of living crisis that the president is escalating. You take a look at food prices today. Prices that he said they're going to come down on the first day, they are skyrocketing. But and while I'm prepared to meet anytime, any place, anywhere, what is critical is that any funding agreement must reflect Democratic priorities, and we must pass full-year spending bills that ensure that lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, decide how taxpayer dollars get spent, and not the president and not Russ Vought. They have no authority to steal the funds that Democrats and Republicans in a bipartisan way historically have appropriated. We need to lower that cost of living. The bipartisan cooperation is essential, and we need to ensure that this body's commitments to our constituents are fulfilled. I also believe it cannot be achieved through another full-year continuing resolution that only increases Russ Vought's power. If Republicans choose to empower an unelected bureaucrat over the voices of the American people, then Democrats will not provide our votes to such a dangerous usurpation of congressional power. And once again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the motion to instruct. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady
I yield back
yields.
the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the motion.
Gentlelady yields back without objection. The previous question is ordered on the motion to instruct. Questions on the motion offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady asks for the yeas and nays.
Yes. Yes, yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have some comments that were drafted before today's events. Last month in Minnesota, a gunman opened fire on a Catholic school children praying. Again, thoughts and prayers are offered. But what do we say? What do we do when the victims were already praying? This cannot be our only response. We need substantive action. As Westchester County Executive, we acted early to ban gun shows from county-owned buildings. It was a small but meaningful sign that we were serious about keeping guns out of our communities. Now Congress must show that same seriousness. We need universal background checks, and we need weapons of war off our streets, and strong red flag laws to keep guns away from abusers. State laws are not enough. Guns can easily be trafficked across state lines. Thoughts and prayers didn't save children at Sandy Hook, in Uvalde, or in that Minnesota church. They won't serve the next victims until we act. We have to keep weapons of mass death out of the hands of those who would use them to kill innocent people. And in the last few hours, we have one more example, the murder of Charlie Kirk. Any person, regardless of their politics, should be able to express their ideas without violence. Common sense gun laws save lives. Mr. Speaker, we must pass them now, and thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Captain Danny Nelson Wilson, Jr., who passed away after a brave battle with cancer. He was a devoted husband to Tara, a supportive stepfather to Matthew, a loving father to Danny III and Morgan, and an adoring pop to Lillian and Ryan. Danny first joined the Loudoun County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Service in 1989 as a volunteer, and in 2000 he became a career firefighter, serving our community at various stations. He rose to the ranks over his decades of service, ending up as a captain. And Captain Wilson will be remembered by his colleagues for his depth of knowledge and experience, for his toughness, and also for his heart of gold. He expected a lot from his crew, but also created a fun atmosphere to work in, and his legacy of service, humility, and devotion will continue to resonate in Loudoun County and beyond. May we keep his family in our prayers and honor his memory by carrying forward the values he lived by. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to take time to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of my dear friend and neighbor, Michael Friedman, a tireless champion of social and economic justice and workplace democracy. For his early days as a truck driver and founding member of Teamsters for a Democratic Union, to his distinguished legal career, Mike's life was rooted in advancing the rights and dignity of working people. Mike believed deeply in the power of unions and cooperatives to transform lives for better. As general counsel at the Center for Community-Based Enterprise, Mike dedicated himself to helping business transition to worker ownership, empowering employees, and strengthening communities. Mike was an active social justice organizer in Detroit for decades. He co-founded our local Jewish Voice for Peace chapter and helped lead the work challenging U.S. support for the Israeli government's apartheid and genocide in Gaza. His legacy will continue to inspire all of us who fight for justice, equity, and workers' rights. Our thoughts are with his wife, Barbara Harvey, and their family during this very difficult time. I yield.
The lady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask when the majority will join us to address the epidemic of gun violence in our schools in America. A recent shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis left 2 children dead and 21 injured when a shooter opened fire during morning mass. Since 2013, there have been more than 1,500 incidents of gunfire on America's school grounds, resulting in 485 deaths and 1,100 injuries nationally. As a result of California's strong gun regulations, residents of that state, my home state, are 25% less likely to be killed in a mass shooting than people in other states. And California's overall rate of gun deaths, is 42% lower than the national average. However, 40% of the guns used in California come from outside of the state. We need to deal with this nationally, even while states show action. The national statistics are much more troubling. For example, the U.S. gun homicide rate is 26 times that of other high-income countries. House Republicans continue to block all legislation to address this crisis. It is past time that we put the safety of our children before the profits of the gun lobby and finally pass laws to protect our communities and young Americans for gun violence, particularly in school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Greek Orthodox community. I do, sir. I do. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Greek Orthodox community in Florida and also across the United States to extend a heartfelt welcome to His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, who will visit Washington, D.C. from September 15th through September 17th. For many Greek Orthodox faithful in my district, His All Holiness is more than a religious leader. He is their spiritual father. He's a voice of compassion, a symbol of faith that has been carried across generations of families who came to America in search of freedom, of opportunity. His visit to our nation's capital is an occasion for pride for my constituents and all Orthodox Christians who call America home. The Patriarch is known worldwide as a bridge builder, working tirelessly to promote peace, dialogue, and respect amongst all different faiths. He's also a champion for protecting our natural environment, earning him the title of the Green Patriarch. His leadership is a source of inspiration not only for the Greek Orthodox community, but all those who care about human rights, religious liberty, and the stewardship of God's creation. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in welcoming His All Holiness in the United States and celebrating this historic visit with many Greek Orthodox Americans who are honored by his presence. This moment is a reminder of enduring contributions that faith, family, and the community make the strength of our nation a great nation. And I yield.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from New York, Mr. R. Torres, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an extraordinary leader in my district and a true champion for older adults in the Bronx, Ms. Sophia L. Reed. For nearly 2 decades, Ms. Reed has dedicated herself to the health, dignity, and well-being of our senior community. As Program Director of the Eastchester Neighborhood Older Adult Center under RAIN, Sophia is more than an administrator. She is a mentor, a caregiver, and a tireless advocate for our community's older adults. Sophia brings compassion and leadership to everything she does by fostering a sense of community, by organizing health education programs, hosting wellness activities. As one of her residents retells, quote, Sophia has provided an environment where her older adults feel safe, comfortable, and happy to be in daily. The older adults that come are from various ethnic backgrounds, and not all speak English. But Sophia says you don't have to love each other, but you must respect each other, and that's how it is. Her years of dedicated service and passionate care has led her to receiving countless awards from the New York City Council, the Bronx Borough President's Office, and now a congressional recognition. Her work and recognition speak volumes to the impact that Sophia has had on the Bronx. Sophia has created a space where our seniors feel safe, valued, and seen. In a city as diverse as New York, she reminds us that respect, community, and care are the foundations of aging with dignity. On behalf of the people of the Bronx, I thank Sophia Reed for her unwavering service. Mr. Speaker, today I want to honor the extraordinary dedication of community leader Allison Griffith and the Radcliffe Magenta Block Association, whose tireless work has transformed their Bronx neighborhood. Over 20 years ago, Lillian McDuffie and Yvonne Long fought against a serious health hazard in which raw sewage was backing up into their homes every time it rained. Their persistence brought attention to a dangerous problem that endangered children playing in basements and resident safety. After over a year of fighting for the issue to be addressed and for the continued cleaning of the sewer system, their request was approved and the reconstruction on the area began to fix the sewer system as a whole. But their commitment didn't stop there. Seeing neighborhood children with nothing to do, they helped start a block party to bring the community together, fostering connection and care among neighbors. Today, Allison Griffith carries on this tradition as the chairperson of the Radcliffe Magenta Block Association, keeping the community united and engaged year after year. I've had the pleasure of attending the block party since I began representing the community, and it has been a day full of fun and events for the full neighborhood. I'm proud to support this extraordinary community organization and its efforts to build a healthier, stronger Bronx. Their story reminds us that real change begins with neighbors looking out for one another. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Cheryl McNear, the newly elected president of the 47th Precinct Community Council and a steadfast leader in our Bronx community. Cheryl has dedicated nearly a decade of service to the council, holding multiple leadership roles, including vice president, recording secretary, corresponding secretary, and assistant secretary before being elected president. As a retired associate dean of student affairs, she brings a wealth of experience in leadership, policy, and institutional structure, skills she now applies to strengthen community safety and engagement. Beyond her professional achievements, Cheryl serves as a community chaplain and is deeply engaged with organizations like the NAACP Williamsbridge Branch and Not on My Watch Incorporated. Her leadership is shaped by clarity, order, and emotional intelligence, anchored in a deep understanding that community work is not just a responsibility, but a ministry. For Cheryl, serving the community is not a job. It is a lifelong calling rooted in principle and purpose. Mr. Speaker, Cheryl McNear's life deserves to be honored for her outstanding leadership and dedication to making the Bronx a safer, stronger place for all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Margaret Alexander, a dedicated and passionate community service advocate and a voice for the voiceless who volunteers for various causes. Margaret's projects include coordinating events for the Beacon of Hope, as the youth mentor with the Retired Senior Volunteer Program, and recently held a key role as an ambassador advocate for the Alzheimer's Association. She cared for her mother and aunt, both of whom succumbed to Alzheimer's, for over 15 years. As an experienced caregiver, she turned her pain into power. Her work with the Alzheimer's Association has afforded her the opportunity to attend rallies and meet with elected officials. Her successful advocacy and dedication to her work led her to be a lead speaker before the 2024 Alzheimer's National Forum in Washington, where she was awarded an Alzheimer's National Advocacy Team Award. Margaret currently leads a business that provides social activities for those living with mild and moderate dementia. Additionally, she has participated in Alzheimer's research trials for over 5 years to assist in the fight against this devastating disease. Margaret's work has helped so many seniors in our community age with dignity. I want to thank her for her incredible service. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate a true pillar of faith, resilience, and community in the Bronx, St. Luke's Episcopal Church in Williamsbridge. What began humbly in 1914 in the living room of Mr. and Mrs. William Whitty has grown into one of the most vibrant and enduring congregations in our city. Through decades of transition, leadership, and vision. From the Reverend Harold McLean to Reverend Pierre-Andre Duvert, St. Luke's has been a beacon of hope, compassion, and purpose. Whether building affordable senior housing, launching youth ministries, or expanding its spiritual and physical sanctuary, St. Luke's has always understood that faith is more than words. It is action rooted in love and service. For over a century, St. Luke's has lived its mission, not only within its sanctuary, but throughout our borough and the world. To its clergy, leaders, and parishioners, past and present, we thank you. We honor your legacy, and we celebrate your unwavering commitment to lifting others up. May St. Luke's continue to be light in the Bronx for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the NAACP Williamsbridge branch on its 67th anniversary gala. For nearly 7 decades, this branch has been a steadfast champion for justice and equality in the Bronx, especially in the Northeast Bronx, where its leadership has empowered families, defended civil rights, and strengthened neighborhoods through action. From education to civic engagement, the Williamsbridge branch has been a powerful force for change, amplifying the voices of our communities and ensuring that they are heard, valued, and respected. This year's gala not only honors exceptional leaders in youth, health, education, and public service, but it also reaffirms the branch's deep commitment to investing in the next generation. On behalf of New York's 15th Congressional District, I commend the Williamsbridge NAACP for its enduring legacy of advocacy. May this 67th anniversary be both a celebration of progress and a call to continue the vital work that lies ahead. Mr. Speaker, I wish to honor an extraordinary leader, scholar, and servant of God, Reverend Dr. Alfred Sylvester, District Superintendent of the Connecticut District in New York Annual Conference. Born in Trinidad and in Tobago, the 7th of 10 children, Reverend Sylvester was shaped by a deep faith and disciplined upbringing. His journey from Sunday school in the Caribbean to lecturing at NYU and ministering across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East is a testament to his calling, his conviction, and his commitment to empowering God's people. He is not only a passionate preacher and teacher of the Word, but a scholar, mentor, and global faith leader, sponsoring pilgrimages and uplifting lives through exegetical preaching and compassionate service. Through every role as a husband, father, academic, and pastor, Reverend Dr. Sylvester has embodied excellence and purpose. On behalf of the people of New York's 15th Congressional District, I commend him for his enduring dedication to ministry and to humanity. May his life continue to be a blessing to the body of Christ and to the world. Mr. Speaker, I want to honor Ursula Cruz Green, a remarkable public servant and a pillar of our Bronx community. Born in Lumberton, North Carolina, Ursula moved to New York and quickly made her mark. After graduating as a valedictorian from Global Business Institute, she joined Bronx Community Board 12 in 1995 and has been serving with excellence ever since. In 2000, she earned her bachelor's degree, magna cum laude, from Monroe College, further proving her dedication to growth and service. For nearly 3 decades, Ursula has gone above and beyond by supporting residents, advocating for seniors, and ensuring that government works for the people it serves. Her compassion, professionalism, and commitment are felt in every corner of our district. On behalf of the Bronx and this House, I thank Ursula Cruz Green for her extraordinary service and look forward to her continued leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary spiritual leader and community pillar in the Bronx, the Reverend Dr. Rabbi Keith Elijah Thompson. For over 4 decades, Rabbi Thompson has served the people of the Bronx with unwavering faith, humility, and purpose. A man of God who is known across the community as a man who inspires, teaches, and instills hope in those around him. Dr. Thompson started out by leading a small home-based Bible study for members of his community. In 1980, he would go on to become the founder and chief apostle of the Bronx Miracle Gospel Tabernacle Word of Faith ministry. He has uplifted countless lives through dynamic preaching, compassionate service, and inspired teaching. Known as a teacher of teachers, Dr. Thompson has built a ministry rooted in love, empowerment, and transformation. His leadership extends far beyond the pulpit, establishing the Bronx Resource Community Center in 2008, mentoring clergy, and serving for 2 decades as a trusted liaison with the NYPD. In a world too often defined by division, Dr. Thompson reminds us of the power of faith to unify. His legacy is not just in the honors he's received, but in the lives he's changed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Reverend Dr. Pierre-Andre Duvert, a spiritual giant and a community leader whose life of service has touched thousands across the Bronx and beyond. Born in Haiti and ordained in 1991 at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, Dr. Duvert has spent 34 years in ordained ministry, living out his calling with humility, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to justice. As rector of St. Luke's Episcopal Church in the Bronx, one of the largest congregations in the diocese, he has not only shepherded his parish, but also uplifted our broader community. His dedication extends far beyond the pulpit, from instituting the annual Police Appreciation Day to serving on committees focused on reparations and shared mission, to mentoring the next generation of faith leaders. With 2 doctorates and decades of academic and spiritual leadership, he exemplifies the intersection of faith, intellect, and service. Thank you to Dr. Reverend Duvert for his lifelong ministry and for being a beacon of hope, healing, and unity in our community. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Aurelio Ivan Cardona, a son of Puerto Rico, a child of the Bronx, and a giant in the fight for justice, dignity, and community. Born in Arecibo and raised in Hunts Point, Aurelio embodied the very best of our community, rooted in faith, driven by purpose, and committed to service. Aurelio often shared that he had a beautiful childhood. Quote, "I never knew we were poor because I was happy." Aurelio was a tireless advocate for justice, a fearless voice of the marginalized, and a champion of the underserved. His career began with the Model Cities program, tackling urban poverty, housing decay, and racial inequality in New York City. He later became president of the South Bronx Housing Corporation, tasked with rebuilding the community after the devastating fires of the 1970s. Aurelio never stopped believing in the power of people to transform their neighborhoods. He was a champion for youth, a builder of homes and hope, and the founder of the National Hispanic Housing Coalition. His legacy reaches from the Bronx to Miami, from Puerto Rico to Spain, and far beyond. His voice echoed for the marginalized. His leadership lit the path for generations. Aurelio was more than an advocate. He was an artist, a mentor, a loving husband, father, and friend. His life was a masterclass in service, compassion, and joy. To his beloved wife, Cookie, his daughter, Rolina, and his extended family, I say thank you for sharing him with us. The Bronx is better because your father and husband lived. May his memory be a blessing and a call to action. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary spiritual leader and community pillar in the Bronx, the Reverend Dr. Rabbi Keith Elijah Thompson. For over 4 decades, Reverend Dr. Rabbi Thompson has served the people of the Bronx with unwavering faith, humility, and purpose. A man of God who is known across the community as a leader who inspires, teaches, and instills hope in those around him. Dr. Thompson started out by leading a small, home-based Bible study for members of his community. In 1980, he would go on to become the founder and chief apostle of the Bronx Miracle Gospel Tabernacle Word of Faith ministry. He has uplifted countless lives through dynamic preaching, compassionate service, and inspired teaching. Known as a, quote, teacher of teachers, Dr. Thompson has built a ministry rooted in love, empowerment, and transformation. His leadership extends far beyond the pulpit, establishing the Bronx Resource Community Center in 2008, mentoring clergy, and serving for over 2 decades as a trusted liaison with the New York Police Department. In a world too often defined by division, Dr. Thompson reminds us of the power of faith to unify. His legacy is not just in the honors he's received, but also in the lives he has changed. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, instead of an hour of another economics presentation, we need to have a conversation. Is the evil winning? A couple hours ago, one of my constituents lost his life. There's a 16-month-old whose daddy's not coming home. There's a 3-year-old little girl whose daddy's not coming home. Erica, the wife, can you just imagine what's going on right now? Do we really now live in a country where words take your life? Last weekend, it was either Monday or the weekend, and Andy will know the proper name. There's a newspaper called The Beehive or something like that. Forgive me for not knowing the name. And it actually did a whole expose on Charlie Kirk coming to universities in Utah to actually spread his message. And if you actually read it, it was actually a classic conservative message of hope, of actually loving people, of actually believing marriage and prosperity were really good for Americans, and a message for young people. And the other half of the article was about how many people in Utah hated this message. We're were going to do what they could to stop him, to try to get the universities, because, as you know, having a conversation now is, particularly if it's a combination that doesn't support collectivism, the left, and some weird dystopian view of what America is. Your kids don't have a dad who comes home. And look, I'm not here to try to make this a drama. Maybe we hyper-personalize it a little bit. I have a 3-year-old little boy at home. I have a 9-year-old girl. My little girl is scared to death. When I'm home, when she's home with Mom, she has to walk through the house every evening and make sure every window and door is locked because we had someone attack us a couple weeks ago in a Costco parking lot. This is America. Great job. I've asked a couple of my friends who knew Charlie Kirk better than I do. Actually, my brother knows him better than I do. The morality of a life that's taken at age 31 that was actually just trying to make us better. And that cost you your life. What's wrong? Every member of this body, particularly on our side, I beg of us, understand, embrace this message of love and conservatism and prosperity and hope and the morality of family. We got to make sure this legacy of a young man that was actually having a remarkable impact on a society that is lost. Let's keep that message alive because it's worth fighting for. The idea of someone losing their life for words. Look, I'm going to sit down. Andy, bail me out here. I yield to my neighbor.
Thank you, Representative Schweiker. Thank you, David. Today, we tragically lost a tremendous leader and a friend. We didn't lose him so much as he was taken from us. Charlie Kirk was an inspiration to an entire generation, and I believe that his legacy will grow. He will be remembered as someone who changed the course of this nation. He was the founder of one of the most influential movements, political movements of our time. We live in an interesting time. We see political movements. President Trump has fostered the MAGA movement, perhaps the most powerful in the history of the country. But Charlie Kirk, let's just talk about what he did in Arizona, and then we'll talk about his most important contributions. He founded an organization, TP, Turning Point USA, and a whole affiliate of related to Turning Point. And they are headquartered right there in Arizona. And he was just absolutely remarkable. So in Arizona, it was a battleground state, right? What did they do? In our state, Turning Point Action, together with other coalitions, actually turned out more than 300,000 low-propensity Republican voters, right? What's the difference? The difference was it made Donald Trump win Arizona. It helped Donald Trump win Arizona by the largest margin of any battleground state, 160,000 votes. A 5%, 5-point victory there. So he fostered a movement. But he did it, and he fostered the movement because he was smart, he was erudite, he was passionate, he was generally calm. He took on all comers, unafraid to talk with anyone about his message. So, while we consider this movement, we know that people in his generation and younger are actually moving to the right. And a lot of people say they're moving to the right because they've been disassociated by the left, they've been disillusioned by the left, and I think there's probably some of that to it. But they don't move to the right unless there's an invitation. And so he invited people to come. And to share his love of freedom, family, faith, God, and country. So Charlie will be an historic figure. He really will be. And he will be one more in a long line of those who are good, whose life is snuffed out by those who are evil. But his memory will remain strong. And I would suggest that the most important role that Charlie filled was as a loving husband, a father, a devout Christian who shared his faith unapologetically, without fear, with tremendous courage, charisma, and compassion. My family invokes our thoughts and prayers on behalf of Erica and Erica and Charlie's two young children. We pray that God covers them with peace and gives them the comfort of the Holy Ghost. I think I want to just close, David, with a couple things. We always say there's no place for political violence in this country, and there should not be. This assassination was meant to instill fear. It was an actual assassination, a political assassination. So, what must we do? Well, we certainly speak peace and truth and comfort, but we respond with courage because the message Charlie brought was there is a good way. This country has much to offer everyone. So we will double down. We will reinvigorate and restart our engine. And those who want to destroy this country, whether it be because they want to destroy our faith in God, whether they want to destroy our freedom, whether they want to destroy our education, David, you mentioned that, we will persevere because there is much to be learned from this young man. And so I say with my family, God bless you and your family, Charlie. God bless the entire TPUSA team who are in mourning and grieving. And God bless the message of freedom that America stands for. David, thank you. Thank you for letting me take a moment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado. You and I were talking in the back. Please share.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schweikert. Thank you so much for reserving this time in the People's House to honor our friend, Charlie. Today's a really hard day. This is unexpected, obviously, but the moment we heard that something had happened, I was able to get on the phone with faith leaders throughout the nation, and instantaneously, there were prayer groups formed, mighty men and women of God, faith-filled Christians, believers, who stood in the gap and interceded for my friend, Charlie. I thank God for that faith. The prayers were not in vain. God promises that His word will produce what it says it will. I do not believe that Charlie's life being stolen in this manner is in vain. Charlie is a pioneer, a Greek word that God has brought to my remembrance each and every day for more than a decade. And the Greek word is archegos. And if you look it up in the Strong's Concordance, it's word number 747. And in some way, God reminds me of this Greek word, archegos, on a daily basis. And even when I think I understand it, I still ask Him to give me deeper revelation. And I believe that today God highlighted exactly what it means. He personified this word, and it is pioneer in the English language. And it is one who pioneers a way, who makes a way for others to follow. Maybe not the originator of the thing, but someone who fearlessly takes charge, who courageously goes into the unknown, who faces adversaries unafraid, unashamed, boldly, and influences others to continue down that path. And that's exactly what Charlie Kirk has done. Charlie Kirk is a husband, a father, a man who spoke more of politics, or more of family than he ever did politics. For those who don't know him personally, you may just see him as a political figure. But to those of us who know Charlie, who listen to his message on a regular basis, who attend his events, we know that rather than talking about tax rates and GDP, he's more talking about the nuclear family, talking about faith in God, talking about the value of marriage, how children need a father in the home, how they need both parents, how you uplift one another rather than tear each other down. And that's exactly what Charlie did. He would go into sometimes the enemy's territory, and he would give those who saw themselves as his enemy a platform to speak. And he would have debate. He never promoted violence. He condemned violence at every turn. He gave data, thoughtful responses, and he shared his faith each and every day. A pioneer who shared his love for Jesus, proclaiming the lordship and reign of Jesus each and every day. Faith comes by hearing, and by hearing the word of God. And more literally, that second word, hearing, in Scripture means understanding. Faith comes by hearing and understanding the Word of God. And I believe that Charlie Kirk was on a mission for America and the world to hear and understand the love of God, to have a revelation of the love of God, so that they would know the hope of their calling, so that their inner being would be enlightened, and they would understand that there was a hope and a future, a desired outcome that God had purposed them with. Charlie Kirk understood that you have to be a doer of the word, that faith without corresponding action isn't faith at all. Charlie took action each and every day. We heard that he was moving our youth to the right, but I think more importantly, Charlie Kirk was moving our youth to God, to faith in God, to read the scriptures. He lived exactly what he spoke. Each and every day, being the example, being the change that he wanted to see in America and beyond. Charlie Kirk has a legacy, not only through the work that he's done, but through his wife, Erica, who I humbly ask each and every person pray for her and their children. Those prayers right now mean so much. Charlie Kirk is present with the Lord. He is in the fullness of joy right now, present with Jesus. He's not hurting. He is not suffering. We are the ones who are feeling lost. Erica and those children are the ones who are feeling lost and hurt and pain, but it is the Holy Spirit who I ask to surround them with his wraparound presence and bring them peace, peace that surpasses all understanding in this time, to guard their hearts, to heal their brokenhearted. We know that joy will come. There is a time of mourning, but that joy is not just a suggestion. It is the battle plan that will get them through each and every day of their life. But in this moment, I want to quote one thing that my friend Charlie said. He's given so many of us an opportunity to speak truth. He's given us his platform, an ability to reach into the hearts and lives of millions of our youth and beyond. And a recent quote he said, "You have been commanded to go do something productive with your life, to go give and to produce and to risk and to then sow into other people." That is a biblical idea that has made the world profoundly better. Charlie Kirk was a doer of the word, a risk taker, a bold defender of truth, and he has sown into the lives of millions, and that harvest will produce 30, 60, and 100-fold. Charlie, you have a legacy. Thank you for honoring our Father God. Thank you for proclaiming the lordship of Jesus Christ. Thank you for expressing the fellowship and communion of the Holy Spirit. We will not be silenced. That would be a dishonor to everything Charlie has done over the years. We will be bold. We will speak out. We will go forward. We will continue to move our youth closer to God. We will continue to press in and get a grip on God as he has a grip on us. And this today, September 10th, 2025, truly marks a turning point in our nation and throughout the world. Charlie Kirk, God bless you. God bless Turning Point USA. Andrew, Tyler, Erica, everyone who is a part of the team, God bless you all, and thank you so much. It's been such an honor to serve alongside of you. Mr. Schweikert, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, look, I have a challenge for everyone out there who you think you know things. A little while ago, I was sent, and I hope this is either a bot or just someone who is having a mental health, was putting out horrible, evil comments. But you could tell this is a person who's never actually listened, never actually gave a moment. So here's my challenge to particularly my brothers and sisters on the left, but a lot of us on the right, and those who consider themselves populists everywhere else in between. And look, I need to apologize. You know, my world, I see the world through math. You know, it's sometimes a little cold, and maybe I should learn to spend more time, like Mr. Kirk, of just the morality of family, of prosperity. But my challenge to you is go online. Go actually watch some of the actual videos, not the interpretation of them, not someone who's offended because it's a violation of their collectivist dystopian view of the world, but the actual videos. Go find something where Mr. Kurt is basically saying, here's the philosophy. Okay, but here's my hope. Here's where I actually think if we embrace this, all of us as a society would be better, more prosperous, more loving. I challenge you. Before you start to actually think you understand, you know, why do some of us who, you know, sometimes we're best of friends, sometimes we beat the crap out of each other, and we're all here saying the same thing to you. Do words that I actually believe are based in what we are as Americans, based in our founding documents, should those words take your life? Should they leave a 16-month-old, a 3-year-old, and a wife without your husband? If the movement's going to work, if the movement's going to save our future, if the movement is going to give hope to a generation that in many ways has been crushed by so many things we've allowed to happen, and someone like Charlie Kirk going out and saying, look, there's hope, here's a path. Go watch the video. Go actually read what's written. If you're going to have an opinion, make it based on actual information, not on some propagandist on social media. Look, this can't be what we've become. But it is. You know, I think about it, the pit in my stomach when Steve Scalise almost lost his life, when the president was shot at, when I've heard stories from members, which we try often not to publicize, who've been assaulted, had a bullet through their office windows. My own experiences, with my children in my arms. Okay, we're politicians. There's a certain risk, certain insanity it goes with doing this. But how about if you're just someone out there who's, yeah, you've built a very powerful, very successful organization, but you're also telling a story that is American. It's actually what made us. Go read the actual documents. Go watch the actual videos. And after that, if you have an opinion, it's your opinion. You're an American. You get to have your beliefs. But don't make it a belief based on ignorance. For everyone in my community, the Phoenix Scottsdale area, Charlie's home, please, pray, extend kindness, because Anna, Doric, Erica, he's not coming home. Please, God, let's not make this what our future looks like. We got to be better than this. Because when the messenger that's ultimately a message of optimism and prosperity and morality and love takes your life, I come up here every week and talk about the economics and how terrified I am about the debt and deficits and demographics. Maybe I should be just terrified of what our future looks like when you have someone at 31 years old who's built a following just telling the truth. Mr. Speaker, I got to stop myself from rambling because I have 1,000 thoughts going through my head, and many of them are quite angry, and I promised myself I wasn't going to come up here and do a tirade. But let's make this a moment of reflection, and particularly for those who fill my text messages, fill my emails, fill my mailbox at home with hate. If you're on the left and you are full of burning hate, maybe it's now a good moment for some reflection of what you've brought to our society. Is this really what you are? Is this really what we are? Maybe actually do what my challenge. Take my challenge up. Go actually watch. Go read what Charlie Kirk was actually trying to communicate. And actually you might find out it's not that foreign to where your hearts are at. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I give back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we do stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.